replaced by the vastly experienced but HRC test rider Aleix Espargaro. Unfortunately, Aleix Espargaro thought of his new career back in 2016 take up farm cycling. A cycling crash, which unfortunately has spoiled the late Chavez 1-3. You did make the journey. While I tried to check Simon's put it on social media with Jorge Martin, he did arrive yet that in BALATON time with the intention of replacing Chandra. Unfortunately, that cycling crash a few days ago. After further medical checks, he has put a nasty blow to his back, and which saw him declared unfit. And unfortunately, like Espargaro brothers lining up here this weekend together in BALATON. A couple of Grand Prix that are road admirals, how they've been trying to replace some can venture, but there haven't been any takers for whatever reason on board. For that holder, I'm sure Patty did and fully said they might want to call it on the Yamaha down and call slides on a Hungarian MOTOGP bike. So the Bull of around this BALATON 5 circuit, but also having noted on that and I think the other point not available needs to be changed. Wrecking Battalion, you just saw by the way, is then in the pits. He immediately ended his out lap and I was immediately returned to the racetrack once again. Yeah, Pedro Costa did a Saturday morning session for more medallic. Big was our first MOTO GP4 here in Hungary this morning, and then he followed it with another crash that turns 15. So actually, when all said and done, given a few dramas for Mobile this morning, he did pretty well to finish inside the top 10. It happens past this for the day 46 ways, and see we go down to sort of the hard 130X as well. You can see from this oddball shot from Pedro Costa how tricky it is to overtake around this ripple circle. That's another way of doing it. The shot for the chicane altogether as Pedro Costa gets his very deep end for turn 14. If of course it was a very strong Grand Prix last time out. That's all the factory KTM squad. We saw Pedro Costa on the podium in the sprint, saw a few laws over the line in the Grand Prix, and we've seen the emerges to the return to form of an AFSG needing. Best KTM has also far hit the Grand Prix and feel like a fit. Also, I'm sure it's a very optimistic Fowler KTM might have run to the heads into this one there in Grand Prix, despite that, because I'd like to say to Joyce Jana. Yeah, and he does indeed. We had some great images after that Austrian Grand Prix, and Pedro in his pod speaking with Ultra Athlon and his team, and I think the quiet politics and it's not the result we wanted, but definitely the performance. And it was a great turnaround that the KTM with those new updates clearly working pit to not only have Pedro up there, but an AFI at the front. Brad's looking more like himself. It felt like a positive home Grand Prix. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the biggest highlight for us was, of course, Brno. And then this is just a week before your home GP, and if you really enjoyed it one weekend, of course, you think already about the next week and you want to repeat. So Speedway was really, really important for us. First of all, you want to have a great home GP and having so many friends and people with us, but then to repeat what we did in Brno on a completely different track than the week before. So it was for us really a crucial moment of the championship to understand if the bike is going in the right direction. Hopefully, I was sure, but hopefully Brno was not the lucky bunch. So there was a good base, a new future bike, and this was also working really well in Speedway. They brought some new updates to Speedway, bring them in over a race weekend, not the most easy thing. That was also working good, and you mentioned it all, to have all riders performing better and getting this team atmosphere that so riders want to push each other and believing in the bike, and then working on really on the correct details to make the bike better. Having Pedro finally feel good on the bike and perform on the level where he can perform, but also bringing in airbag from this hole where we have been in together. So all in all, it's really a really good moment of the project, and I'm so happy for all the team at home in the factory and here on the racetrack for that. We're putting in that we get some results finally. You feel like you're as close to Ducati now as you have been to maybe a couple of seasons? Yeah, it looks like we became closer somehow, and then you look to the names where you want to be there over the last 3 years, and then there is even the extra factor what Mark makes the Ducati package even look stronger than ever before. Ducati's doing an amazing job. We look over there, they are the benchmark, but we are really catching up. Looks like we come closer, but now we have 2 great race weekends, and then you can see everybody is performing better. So the old feed is actually coming closer to better. It's a strong fight out there, and if you don't perform, you're just nowhere. after the Austrian Grand Prix, there was a news report out there of the potential split between KTM and Red Bull. Of course, you two have been partners for so long, it feels as though you come as one. Is there any truth to that? Saying still not, and then I mean, just already, thinking about that is like just would be completely crazy, no? It's we have actually even much better news than this. Just a couple of days ago, our contract that renewed with them, and this is such a long-lasting partnership since 2003. Starting off-road side, we could carry that over to the road racing side, and now if you think back what happened last winter without our friends at Red Bull, we just could not manage to keep all the projects alive on that level and keep performing, winning Dakar, winning motocross, supercross races, and super farming in MOTO GP. So that partnership for us means much more than a contract, and so yeah, the rumors this week, they were, I don't know, coming from there, but contract is renewed and we are super happy, and we are not talking about 1 year or this or that. No, it's this long-term partnership. We want to do racing together with our friends in Puschel, and it's a very solid days, and was more important than ever in these very difficult days for us. So also a big thank you from my side to all the Red Bull people. It's an amazing friendship, and we're gonna have a lot of success on this partnership. And that means some happening. We'll see Red Bull France, both the factory bikes, that is the independent team bikes next year and then into the future. But don't ask me too many details at the moment about that, but there is a really strong relationship between us, the factory team, and Red Bull, and all the other things have to shape up, because there is a lot of rumors that some people are interested to buy the Tech 3 team, but at the moment we also still have a lot of trust in RA and his Tech 3 team, and there's nothing to talk about next year, because there is an existing contract between us and Tech 3. So there is many things to do. First, new contract for manufacturers with Donna, and then talking to your satellite team. So these are all things a little bit further down the road. At the moment is performance daily, and having good partners and friends on the side to do so. I wasn't going to ask about it, but you mentioned the possible sale of Tech 2. I've just purely been curious. Have you got any involvement in that talks, in trying to help either Hervé or the potential buyers, anything in shaping what the future might look like? I mean, there is interest from different people, and somehow they connect with us. I've been checking, we are available for also bikes, but our partner is Ariane, and we trust him, and we ask him, please, you do that business, and whenever there is something, you need to tell us that something to change, please come to us. So for the moment, we are not in the front row in that discussion. We are just watching carefully what area does. But for the moment, honestly speaking, I hope it stays very stable as it is. Now, thanks to Lives on the new Red Bull deal, and excellent news in terms of performance on track as well. They have a good weekend. Thank you very much. Let's enjoy another race weekend. Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. As always, once again, yeah, another very informative and interesting interview with KTM Motorsport Director Pip Ira, and as far as I'm concerned, well, this has come out, they have read their contract then. Their long-standing CBM contract with their Austrian partner, Red Bull, so there'll be no better red team plunder on the grid next season, as a few rumors have intimated might be the case. I've been KTM in the Grand Prix against like really great. They just seem to go together, don't they? The perfect match. So you heard it straight from the horse's mouth. Pip Byra concerning that into 2026 and beyond. KTM will continue to the tack that by their long-term backers and partners, Red Bull. But the pursuit that some hasn't it for kids, yeah. As of late, the long-term funding of the team looks like it's firmly in place. Of course, results picking up on track as well, with the brand new front aero fairing making a difference to riders in Austria, and some good news in the sponsorship runs as well. Good news too, serving out the gap right now. Certainly kept Marquez honest in Austria with you go, and he's now just knocked the 93 off top spot. Yeah, we're getting closer to the best times of the weekend. Of course, we set out, pretty interested to see what the evolution of the lap time has needed throughout the course of proceedings. be interested to see, won't it, when these riders really do have to go to the gun out of time at that moment. A lot of recession, just where we will get down to. Marquez has been told that he's got Marco Bettesecchi will come there. I thought it might be Pedro Costa that was going to be following the 73. What a short race he just won. But at Costa, he's all over the rear tyre at the factory. A pretty star ahead of him. And Costa has his mojo back, doesn't he? He's much more like the rookie sensation we saw so frequently in 2024. Yes, it's some form. Back-to-back sprint podiums. That for the Spaniard in Brno and in the Red Bull Ring. Third in the Brno Grand Prix. Fourth over the line in Spielberg. These playtime updates. I think it's fair to say as well, there is a sort of farmer approach on Acosta. There's been some clearly talks behind the scenes, not just between himself and Katie Moss-Pitmai, we just talking to Jan. There's also been discussions, of course, with Red Bull K2 factory team manager Pio knows Acosta. Tommy Fetted and Tetra knows himself, to be honest, brought together in Moto3 and Moto2. And Steelers like they're back on even keel. They're all sort of they're fighting over the same course, fighting in the same direction. The old cliche, happy rides a fast ride. That's exactly what Costa looks like right now. And I'm a fan believer as well. As much as so much of the talk is about how the motorcycles are in MotoGP these days, the rider, of course, has their role to play. Of course, Pedro Costa is riding for KTM because he believes they can give him a motorcycle that can win. But KTM are also paying Pedro Costa for big bucks because they feel he's the rider to go out there and beat Marquez in the future, and the two go hand in hand. A fast bike is the fast bike without a fast rider on it. So from Pedro Costa's point of view, totally understand how frustration could have built at a stage of this season, that he can't put it in looking his superior package, but that gap would appear to be closing. And Pedro Costa certainly riding as well as he has in any stage in 2025. Certainly, but it's very much been the game as we go into these ones, and we're certainly seeing the best from 37. Yeah. Biggest fair to say, Pedro Costa has shown the first start of 2025. He doesn't just hate losing, he absolutely despises it, he detests it. All he's done throughout his racing career is taste nothing but success. Moto3 world champion, Red Bull Rookies champion, Moto2 world champion. He has been nothing but an upward spiral in his Grand Prix career or his racing career. That's on stop. So when it gets the buffers, when there are a couple of setbacks at his tender young age, and when you've got the desire, the thunder, and the commitment to be the very best, you can just understand why sometimes the emotions and the frustration can get the better of a feisty, fiery character like Pedro Costa. I think you did say that it didn't. But the star of KTM and the fire of myself, there are going to be clashes. There are going to be difference of opinions. But now it does seem like with that kind of even keel, the somewhat choppy waters now are all more like smooth sailing. Just they're trying to this fix the Lake Balaton. And I said last weekend as well, it's so easy to forget given how much success he's had as a professional motorcycle racer. The Pedro Costa is still only 21 years of age. I don't think there are many people either watching or on the racetrack right now who are at the peak of their maturity at the age of 21, and Pedro Costa, as you say, has just been accustomed to winning every motorcycle, every racetrack, every race he competes in. Has had to get accustomed to changing his expectations over the course of his MotoGP adventure so far, and not something that he's been able to do very, very easily so far. But certainly signs are that off track have been, look at that, I know what direction. It's most like more that he's been off track. Has he been off track? On those Michelin tyres potentially. There's already been some double to find people on day one here in Hungary. Shows of turn 1 and turn 15 this morning. He's dropped 15 seconds somewhere. I missed that. I think I'm about to see where he dropped in turn number 5, which was where Ralph Hernandez is pretty bit the dust this morning, where it launched himself and pretty well been outbreaking himself into the right-handed head. Yeah, it seems like he's struggling much on the hard-braking zones so far today. As you mentioned, on the deck at turn 1 and turn 15, 2 of 5 real tough braking zones here. BALATON Taj, so in that turn number 5 as well. And you can understand it's pretty obvious this seems worth Frankie's worries are coming his way. That's so far on practice Friday here. Cleaned off those mixed-in tyres, then back over the bubble. Now he gets to tap 201 again. This is where he had one of those crashes this morning. Just leaving Tick Lane there on the left-hand side of the picture on the 43 helmet Yamaha. Miller took over Lake Tumble at turn 12 with that V1. V13 he's finished proceedings this morning. The Barrett Miller up into 9th place with a 138.6. Past 6/10 of a second quicker than what the Aussie mustered this morning. He is currently the leading Yamaha, and it's a bit of an irony in that, given all the innuendo that's going on off track at the moment about Jack Miller's whereabouts 2026. I mean, he feels like he's always riding with that punt to prove it. He's no, that's just the way his mind is in wired up. On this weekend and all weekends, given all the noise off track, and Tommy Fielder, we're talking about a very fired pop Aussie. Here, having sort of made an initial commitment or some public comments, Yamaha management that they were actually pretty steadfast, so they make a decision on the second it's leading up to like Yamaha rider in the summer break. Of course, now with Chips a long way on the other side about Summer Soja, was still no answer about whether it's going to be Miller, Oliveira, or another, possibly Mario Gonzalez, the Moto2 world champion leader. And he had his King Miller, and how you could understand. He shows like he's good enough to get another crack on M1 next year. So like he's still got plenty to offer MotoGP and also Yamaha as well. But I guess out of his hands, all he can do is try and show his speed, show his potential out on circuit, and then the call goes his way. But yeah, fair to say, when he spoke to media yesterday, but it's finally obvious that his patience is worth the food. Right now, Portland's Tabashic out from Miller is pretty clear. If you want me, you want me. If you don't, spat and you don't. Yeah, I'm not really happy with the sort of stall in negotiations or stall in the decision-making process. And Jack Miller not known to all his take the diplomatic route. He says what he means, and he means what he says. Whenever he's got a microphone or a dictaphone in front of his face, he is a straight shooter. And Jack Miller, we feel that he's demonstrated already over the course of this season with a period of time. And that is, he got plenty to offer in terms of his speed, but also his expertise and his knowledge as Yamaha look to develop a brand new configuration of engine into the future. Watching very much the work so far this afternoon of the world champion, Martin. It's quickest at the moment, to the 138.397. Done some early work as the Mark Mate on the soft rear tyre. With that 138.40, that's already about 6/10 of a second. A tip and anything we managed in this morning session as well. As he builds belief, builds confidence, and really just start to get his head around what you need to get the best out of your pretty rubbish GT. He's coming, no doubt about it. He is coming. And do wonder whether too long into this. Some good tracks. He was always strong in the secondary time. Saw his factory the casting. Thankfully, the threats of rain, which was still on leaving on the forecast for outside here in Hungary, has managed. It does look like all the very, very windy practice session. Thankfully, it will be dry and dry the remainder of the time. Saw his factory the casting. Thankfully, the threats of rain, which was still on leaving Spagra away after MotoGP. I think you can see by Philip Town Hawk into the cutting essay, looking very bright now, very, very stiff and walking very, very gingerly. Remember some medical checks. Some issues with a backtrod them. And on the filter, Spargo has had to withdraw from this Grand Prix as well. And that does leave John Zucker then on his top at LCR Honda here, this chap. That covers off the house key that we should have to bring in. Touch it down to pit lane for the first time. Saying a very morning to yeah, very good morning to everybody. Gets to see a quick one from down at Honda. I saw a couple of weeks ago that Alicia Sparker, whilst testing at Barcelona, had put up a few photos on his Instagram page and included in there. I realised and spotting, there's a new Shetzi on the happening to our preview there, and wondered how long it would take for it eventually to make its way to the Grand Prix paddock. Well, it has finally arrived, not in Austria, though here in Hungary, and it's on one of Luca Marini's machines. It's quite radically different in design, so it's going to be interesting to see throughout the course of the weekend just how much time Luca will spend on it. And then just secondly and finally as well, the eagle-eyed viewers at home might be able to see in Marc Marquez's garage that actually he's got one of the 2025 aerodynamics package on board with the 2024 one, which caught me by surprise because Mark, the pretty much a good 5, 6, 7 rounds ever since he was first introduced. He's been using it on both of these machines. I put the question to Davide, I don't see why is he go back to trying it. And he said, well, brand new circuit, brand new venue. We haven't got the data predictably whatsoever. So given how comfortable Barton before he's in right now, we thought it wasn't a bad idea to use this board as a bit of a test exercise between whether the old 2024 aero with potentially better suited to this one event really when you're at the front one good and that down from pit lane. I'm capped outside the Yamaha box, working to try and grab away from Paolo Conessio because there's more than a few talking points to get stuck into with Paolo thinks not, you know. And yeah, there is indeed, Jack, on the subject of Yamaha. We briefly saw Fabio Quartararo, who used a word ridiculous to describe, let's be strange, and embarrassing, a humiliating weekend. Saw Yamaha, probably you can describe as one of the worst race weekend Yamaha since if not the worst, as they finished in the bottom 4 in Spielberg, 25, 30, 34, and 37 seconds off the win. With Tachawara, Rins, Miller, and Miguel Oliveira. Fabio Quartararo said the best remedy for a wonderful weekend was to pound the treadmill in Budapest, stick to kilometers on treadmill, a bit of sightseeing in Budapest, apparently, to up Nuris. They just got a critic turn the tape, because as we just mentioned, has to go down as one of the Yamaha's worst weekends in their distinguished history. It was the work zone from start to finish, and Fabio Quartararo holds the subject moments on the Yamaha. Yes, of course, there are mitigating factors, track layout, as I'm sipping suit B, and more acknowledged the stiffer construction and very tired that we had for the two demands of the rivalry. The Yamaha is different, does not work about particular construction, but it's the same for everybody, and it's up to you to overcome those particular issues. Yamaha, rather than the tummy number continually tripped up by them. So Quartararo and Charles points of view, though, they had to get asked me about talking about them making turn things around. Starting here being Hungary, but it's the only way to ultimately turn around Yamaha's fortune by changing some inline 4 to V4. It looked like the Inner Lines 4 project was things. It looked like Chip had extended his shelf life, but I think if there was any doubts, not sure with the final nail in the coffin for the inline 4 to that Yamaha project. They go all of that, and here was another Yamaha rider. Told by Tunches post Spielberg, described there as one of the worst races of his Grand Prix career. Last Sunday was on a hand of hours 237, and then Grand Prix started with when you opportunity for Howard shows previously from Miguel, ranked it right up there in one of the top bits of his career. Cat Miller just said it was impossible. He said the start of the Austrian Grand Prix on French rubber, and he felt like he was on full attire. They're going a whole race distance. Like with the speeding, absolutely, it was sort of really tough to watch for Landry Yamaha, Strawberry right at the one end of the field. I think Iker was the only rider that finished directly ahead of the full Yamaha. He was 7 seconds on the road of Fabio Quartararo. I mean, there was when you see the ball forward and down the bottom of the mile, there was but it's a bike not missed a Telenor rider issue here. Not even Fabio Quartararo with his immense talent, courage, direct that Yamaha. First of all, the Greek from 16th, first part this year. We've seen Quartararo not a part of qualifying through, and then unable to get anywhere on the field in the race, and it's doubles around the ball with Pedro Costa. It's not finished straight as the JCN gets up into his 6th gear and then breaking all the way down into first for turn 1 down to 55 kilometers an hour. And well, we should say thank you to our high-speed camera operator around the 4.08 kilometre BALATON Park circuit, Pedro Costa. Well, myself and Moon just thought we'd have a little bit of a pause there to let you experience early on here this weekend just what it takes to try with through the horsepower MotoGP bike around one of our tightest and twistiest venues on the Grand Prix circuit. As you would see that on the gear graphic there, so much of those 2.5 mile lap is taken on a MotoGP missile in the first and second gear. The chicanes for 9 and 10 and 12 and 13, 15 and 16, real tricky time complexes around this BALATON Park circuit. I'm told the recent Ducati test in the summer break, which sadly the Gian Tobio would have attended, not the guy in production, but Marquez actually did fly off twice into turn 9, so 3 bike at least Marquez already tested deliveries, hasn't he, around BALATON time. Yeah, and it's interesting to see what kind of racing this track layout will produce, because certainly it's not particularly a power circuit, so it's to fancy that, you know, the riders or the bikes that are fastest in a straight line are going to have the same kind of advantage that your tracks might see them out of, similar like the Jello or down the main straight in Qatar, and they get up to around 350 kilometers an hour, but you're going to need a nimble, agile motorcycle, one that can handle the change of direction of both chicanes or 13 miles, but ultimately you are also going to want a bike that stops very well and also accelerate well out of some of these first and second gear chicanes. If you're on board here, we take a look at Pedro Martin, and certainly know it'd be a pretty corners low. It's quite an agile motorcycle, so ball potentially pointed there into massive Seki Martin. Yeah, well, about that is a major tech issue. So Ahoy Martin, he's done more like see the big smoke trying to stay off the circuit. Ahoy. Not this by Martin, that pretty it out. The power down, start finish straight as Leclerc. Stack tree. No, the garage is looking on. So it's jumped out of our skins there. I'm just chat chamber to about 1,000 on that desk. Yeah, that blow up is just on the other side of the start finish straight, and you can see. In. Big lane, that is a fitting low on Ahoy Martin. Come on. Please do the march in your favour and just settle the bug, even onion right there. I think a double trap there, yourself. You'll have to make sure that there's no flames involved. That's a shit. 10 out of 10 decline. I think Ahoy. Yeah. I probably saw Papa Gian Antonio's ball in Austria and said, hold my beer. We could do better than that. This was it. Listen, coming out of the final corner. Martin just clicked into fourth gear now, hadn't he? Oh, wet. The pretty around GP said, low thanks, that's enough for me. NFP what? Well, he's going to cruise. As soon as you realise it was going to shoot, fair play to Martin. Veered to the left-hand side of the circuit, made sure it was off the racing line. And this is so parking. If you just comes to a halt in the gravel trap, deep gravel on the outside of turn 1, deep gravel around this entire Hungary circuit, and he just walks off at Liam and said, oh, I brought in the gravity trap. Shit. He didn't change gear either, did he? Once that bike hit him. So it might have had a bit of a right smile, but he saw Tyler Benoit with a grin on his face down there, pretty but. And that might be one of those Jorge Martin's engines for this season, well and truly gotten from the allocation, much like this man, Fabio Jim Antonio, which you can't see by in a dramatic section with flames looking from everything else coming down to turn 4 at a bull-sended ditches. After it is Hungarian little weekend has already started, and the fact that it is a stream and finished. Yeah, and unwanted barbecue last Sunday. Now I saw the giant chariot. Here's straight into form. Late. Now that DNF followed it through no fault of his own last time out in Spielberg. It was his second DNF through the last 3 Sunday Grand Prix. He hasn't actually scored a point. Did you on a Sunday? Since pre-summer break, then the June in Assen. They just soon dropped down to 6 now for the World Championship. He said he's fighting tooth and nail to get the old Digio badge. Podiums so far in Austin and in Mugello this season for the Italian, but struggling really to find some consistent form on the Ducati GP 25s. Form, pace, speed, consistency, certainly not an issue right now for number 93, Marquez. 6 double wins in a row. So Martin comes back into the garage. Yellow flags out in sector 2. We'll just keep a punch. Another player. This is for another Aprilia. Another Aprilia. We're going to go down the jump right very short. We'll just look at this one. Smart blowing out the exhaust for number 25, Ralph Fernandez. So two spectacular failures for Aprilia already in the opening much 50 minutes or so of this Active 1 session. Martin to put his on the putt. And now, likewise, Ralph Fernandez's trackhouse machine has done a ram to turn 5. It's sort of top speed there. You can already see there the smoke beginning to heave out of the exhaust of the Atelier, and Ralph Fernandez, much like Martin, immediately getting off the racetrack. Okay, we'll now take it upside down. Like, thanks for your patience to those Jack hands. So, we got a red flag. We got a red flag. The head of slime, the fluid pouring out of the belly pan there on Ralph Fernandez's MotoGP bike on the Aprilia. Only if that tunnel she wants to carry on with this entry jump. We'll go down anyway to see if he does, but so yeah, the recession has been red flagged. Yeah, Davide still with me, but I imagine when Pecco comes in, he'll have to dive off. So very quickly, let's touch on Pecco, Davide, because 8th place at the Red Bull Ring. He said afterwards he's losing his patience with Ducati. 12 seconds slower than the money was 12 months before. It's not what we expect to see. Pecco, a double MotoGP world champion. So what's going on in the days afterwards, in the aftermath? Have you managed to get some answers to that disappointing weekend?
Yeah, we had a lot of meetings with engineers. Gigi and the engineers had a lot of meeting during those days to analyze why it happens, because he's not the pace that they could deserve for his talent and his capability. So we'll see. We think that we can make a step ahead here in Hungary. This morning he has to launch few parts through new paths, but yeah, we'll see in the second session after the flag what he can do. In terms of that weekend, as I said, 12 seconds slower than when he won the race last year. How difficult is that for Pecco to process? Mark, yes, he's on an incredible run, 6 Grand Prix victories in a row, but he's not doing anything that Pecco wasn't doing last year. Yeah. In the end, we have to manage his brain, because we are probably on the bike means that the bike doesn't set up, it doesn't show that he's already decided in this moment he's confident, but in the end we have to understand why, and we hope that Pecco will have the right attitude to let us proceed for Stefan. After 13 rounds, can we now say that the GP25 is not an improvement on the GP24, given how Pecco and Fabio Di Gianantonio are performing this year? Yeah, in some way for those two riders, yes, while we are leading the championship with the 2025. So we think that the bike is good, but probably doesn't shoot perfectly the riding style of the two Italians. We'll see, because we are confident that we will find a way. Thanks, Davide. Thank you. Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Thanks to our factory, the Ducati boss, Davide Tunnels. As you point out there, the D'Antonio and Bagnaia have had their troubles finding consistent form on the GP25 as they clean up operation. Is up nowhere with soft slings lacting out of the right-hand side of Ralph Fernandez's fairing. That is post the track house Aprilia. That's down into turn 5. You just wonder whether to start this weekend, whether Aprilia decided to run emission on engine up high. That's Martin and the Ralph Fernandez already having what's seeming are rather terminal technical issues to kick off our return to Hungary. For him, Martin was sort of like acceleration up through the gears. Out in the final corner down to turn 1. Ralph Fernandez's was at top speed at the end of the back straight up to 5, when that one was truly went kaput. So we'll have a close look at the engines down at Iagura and Marco Bezzecchi's particular boxes, or whether they'll test. As opposed to have 2 bikes ready to run, whether they'll perhaps switch across to the bike to a fresher engine in it. That sort of investigations need to be carried out of Aprilia to wonder whether these 2 failures were in any way connected. Yeah, there was no fluid that was leaked out of Martin's pretty epic. So we've got Manol's British through turn 5, quickly on the scene as always. Coming up spots at Lois Caparossi, having to assist the marshals and make sure that
Run underway once the fuel spillage has been cleared. See that line across the racetrack, the trail left by the 25 bike. I want to have a very good look at that, because even around a relatively time-twisty circuit such as this, you still want to carry a good 300 Ks as you arrive into turn 5. So you do not want to be stating off on oil. Yeah, braking getting down some 4 or 5 years down into turn 5. Yes, then as soon as you realise it wasn't probably got off circuit as quickly as he possibly could, there's only so much you can do. It's, yeah, this could be a only limited to operation. Let's hope it's not. We're back underway as soon as possible. But yeah, Massimo Riva, Aprilia Racing, see you go. Fresh after Aprilia ended their sort of Spielberg thing a bogey circuit for the Nawali factory with Marquez on pole position and Tony but pretty fast in the Grand Prix at least in Austria. Well, 5 days later, it's all been a bit pear-shaped for Aprilia. The moment for the first of their spectacular Friday morning failures. That was for the number 1 Hoy Martin. And about 10 minutes later, Raul Fernandez's RSGT gave up the ghost as well as he was in the braking zone for turn 5. He couldn't see at this stage on the other side, on the right hand side of Fernandez's Aprilia. There's a whole bunch of flames standing out of the fairing now. Got rather hot on his right boot and his right leg. Back in the garage, they're starting to explain to the Aprilia and trackhouse engineer exactly what went wrong. And his white pictures as the chin-up operation commenced that turn spider out of way after MOTOGP. I think you can see by his little town help into the Panagasayo, looking very right now, very stiff and walking very gingerly. Running some medical checks. Some issues with a back them. And on the film show, Spargo has had to withdraw from this Grand Prix as well. And that does leave John Zucker then on his top at LCR Honda here at this jet bag. That covers off the house key that we should have to bring in. Touch it down to pit lane for the first time. Saying a very morning to yeah, very good morning to everybody. Gets to see a quick one from down at Honda. I saw a couple of weeks ago that Alicia Spargo, whilst testing at Barcelona, had put up a few photos on his Instagram page and included in there. I realised and spotting, oh, there's a new chassis on the happening to our preview there, and wondered how long it would take for it eventually to make its way to the Grand Prix paddock. Well, it has finally arrived, not in Austria but here in Hungary, and it's on one of Luca Marini's machines. It's quite radically different in design, so it's going to be interesting to see throughout the course of the weekend just how much time Luca will spend on it. And then get secondly and finally as well, the eagle-eyed viewers at home might be able to see in Marc Marquez's garage that actually he's got one of the 2025 aerodynamics package on one with the 2024 one, which caught me by surprise because Mark, pretty much a good 5, 6, 7 rounds ever since he was first introduced, has been using it on both of these machines. I put the question to Davide, I don't see why is he go back to trying it, and he said, well, brand new circuit, brand new, we haven't got the data we whatsoever, so given how comfortable Barton before he's in right now, we thought it wasn't a bad idea to use this morning as a bit of a test exercise. The clean weather, the old 2024 aero, with potentially better seated to this morning, and really when around the front 5-1 good and that. Hardy down from pit lane, I'm capped outside the Yamaha box, working to try and grab away from Paolo Pinocchio, because there's more than a few talking points to get stuck into, which I'll big smart, And yeah, there is indeed, Jack, on the subject of Yamaha. We briefly saw Fabio Quartararo, who used a word ridiculous to describe, let's be frank, an embarrassing, a humiliating weekend. Saw Yamaha, probably you could describe as one of the worst race weekend Yamaha history, if not the worst, as they finished in the bottom 4 in Spielberg. 25, 30, 34, and 37 seconds off the win. With Tachawara, Rins, Miller, and Miguel Oliveira. Fabio Quartararo said the best remedy for a wonderful weekend was to pound the treadmill in Budapest, stick to coverages, treadmill, a bit of sightseeing in Budapest, apparently, to a Nuris. They just got a critic turn the tape, because, as we just mentioned, Trust to go down as one of the Yamaha's at worst weekends in their distinguished history. Keep the course of the work zone from start to finish. And Fabio Quartararo holds them with the subdeal for leadership moments or the Yamaha. Yes, of course, there are mitigating factors, track layout as I'm tipping suit B, and more acknowledged the stiffer construction and very tired that we had. So the two demands of the rivalry, Yamaha is different, so it does not work about particular code structure, but it's the same for everybody, and it's up to you to overcome those particular issues in Yamaha, rather than the tummy number completely stripped up by them. So certain Fotowala and closed points of view, though they had to get asked of you, but talking about them making certain things around starting gear being Hungary, but it's the only way to ultimately turn around Yamaha's fortune by changing some inline 424. It looked like the Inner Full project was things. It looked like Chip had extended his shelf life, but I think if there was any doubts, not sure with the final nail in the coffin for the inline fortunate Yamaha project. They go all of that, and he was another Yamaha rider. Told by Tunches post Spielberg, described there as one of the worst races of his Grand Prix career. Last Sunday was an end of hours 237, and Grand Prix started with when you opportunity for horror shows previously from Miguel, ranked it right up there in one of the top beats of his career. Cat Miller just said it was impossible. He said the start of the Austrian Grand Prix on French rubber, and he felt like he was on full attire. They're going a whole race distance. And with the speed, absolutely, it was sort of really tough to watch Paul. Landry Yamaha struggling right at the one end of the field. I think Iker was the only rider that finished directly ahead of the full Yamaha. He was 7 seconds on the motive. Fabio Pottamora, I mean, there was when you see the ball forward and down the bottom of the mile, there was but it's a bike not missed a Telenor rider issue here. Not even Fabio Pottamora with his immense talent, courage, direct that Yamaha. First of all, the Greek from 16th, first part this year. We've seen Pottamora not a part of qualifying too, and then not able to get anywhere on the field in the race, and it's doubles right on board with Pedro Costa. The start administrators, the JCN gets up into his 6th gear and then breaking all the way down into first for turn 1 down to 55 kilometers an hour. Well, we should say thank you to our high-speed camera operator around the 4.08 kilometer BALATON Park circuit, Pedro Costa. Got myself a just all with him, and a good bit of applause there to let you experience early on here this weekend just what it takes to last try with through the time on a GT bike around the tight twisted venues on the Grand Prix circuit. As you would see on the gear graphic there, so much of those 2.5 mile lap is taken on a MotoGP missile in first and second gear. The chicanes for 9 and 10 and 12 and 13, 15 and 16, real tricky time complexes around this BALATON Park circuit. I'm told the recent Ducati test in the summer break, which Savian the Giant Toby able to attend it on the guided production. Marquez actually did fly off twice into turn 9, so 3 back at least. Marquez already tested deliveries, hasn't he? Back around BALATON time. Yeah, and it's interesting to see what kind of racing this track layout will produce, because Sydney is not particularly a tower circuit, so it's defensive. The riders or the bikes that are fastest in a straight line are going to have the same kind of advantage that you perhaps might see out of something like the Jello or down the main straight in Qatar when they get up to around 350 kilometers an hour. But you're going to need a nimble, agile motorcycle, one that can handle the change in direction of both your pains or pretty well. But ultimately, you are also going to want a bike that stops very well and also accelerate well out of some of these first and second gear chicanes. The round of ball here, we take a look at Jorge Martin, and certainly know it'd be a prettier corners low. It's quite an agile motorcycle, so we'll potentially point there into Messer Seki Martin. Yeah, well, about that was a major tech issue. So Jorge Martin, he's done more or less see the big smoke out of stay off the circuit of Hawaii. Oh, this by Martin, that brilliant out. The power down, start finish straight as Leclerc. Stack Torino. Come on, the garage is looking on. But it's jumped out of our skins there. I'm just chat chamber to our means of about 1,000 decibels. Yeah, that blow up is just on the other side of the start finish straight, and you can see. In big lane, that is a fitting low on for Jorge Martin. Come on. Well, still the margin in favor of settled the bargain. Even Onion like that. I think double trap bag of stuff. You'll have to make sure that there's no flames involved. That's a shit. 10 out of 10 to Clark. They could go all right. Yeah. I probably saw Papa Di Antonio's blow up in Austria and said, "Hold my beer. We could do better than that." This was it. Listen, coming out of the final corner. Martin just clicked into fourth gear and he went the pretty around GP said, "No thanks, that's enough for me." And FP1, well, he's going to cruise as soon as he realised it was going to shoot. Fair play to Martin, veered to the left hand side of the circuit, made sure he was off the racing line. And this is so parking. If he just comes to a halt in the gravel trap, deep gravel on the outside of turn one, deep gravel around this entire Hungary circuit, and he just walks off at lean and said, "Oh, I brought in the gravel trap." Shit. He didn't change gear either, did he? One start bike hit him. So it might have had a bit of a right smile, but he's all tied up and over the green all his face down at a pretty but and that might be one of those Jorge Martin's engines for this season, well and truly done from the allocation, much like this man. Fabio Jim Antonio, which you can't see by playing in a dramatic section with flames looking from his exhaust coming down to turn 4 at the both ended ditches. That's the deal. It is Hungarian Tour weekend has already started, and the better it is Austrian and finished. Yeah, and I'm on to barbecue last Sunday now, so I thought, the John Charnier here's straight into form of late. Now that DNF followed it through no fault of his own last time out in Spielberg. It was his second DNF through the last 3 Sunday Grand Prix. He hasn't actually scored a point. Did you on a Sunday? Since pre-summer break, then the Jude in Assen. They're just soon dropped down to 6 now back in the World Championship. He said he's fighting Tuesday now to get the old Digio badge. Couple podiums so far in Austin and in Magellan this season for the Italian, but struggling really to find some consistent form on the Ducati GP 25s. Song, pace, speed, consistency, certainly not an issue right now for number 93, Marquez. 6 double wins in a row. So Martin comes back into the garage. Yellow flags out, interceptor 2. We'll just keep a punch. Another play. This is for another prettier. We're going to go down the jump very short. We'll just look at this one. Smart blowing out the exhaust for number 25, Ralph Fernandez. So that 2 spectacular years for a Premier already, and the opening much shifting base or so about this active one session. Martin to put his on the putt. And now, likewise, Ralph Fernandez's trackhouse machine has done a run down to turn 5. It's sort of top speed there. You can already see there the smoke beginning to heave out of the exhaust of the Atelier, and Ralph Fernandez, much like Martin, immediately getting off the racetrack. Okay, we'll now take it upside down in a period. Thanks for your patience to those Jack hands. So we got a red flag. We got a red flag. The head of slime, the fluid pouring out of the belly pan there on Ralph Fernandez in MotoGP bike on the Aprilia. Only if Dominic Talos wants to carry on with this entry jump. We'll go down anyway and see if he does, but yeah, the session has been red flagged. Yeah, Davide still with me, but I imagine when Pecco comes in, he'll have to dive off. So very quickly, let's touch on Pecco Davide, because 8th place at the Red Bull Ring. He said afterwards he's losing his patience with Ducati. 12 seconds slower than the money was 12 months before. It's not what we expect to see. Pecco, a double MotoGP world champion. So what's going on in the days afterwards, in the aftermath? Have you managed to get some answers to that disappointing weekend?
Yeah, we had a lot of details of engineers, Gigi and engineers had a lot of meeting during those days to analyze why it happens, because he's not the pace that they could deserve for his talent and his capability. So we'll see. We think that we can make a step ahead here in Hungary. This morning he has to launch few parts through new parts, but yeah, we'll see in the second session after Devon what he can do. In terms of that weekend, as I said, 12 seconds slower than when he won the race last year. How difficult is that for Pecco to process? Mark, yes, he's on an incredible run out of the session. Are you having to make any amendments as a result of what happened? No, first of all, we have to analyze and understand. At the moment of the not the two, we haven't happened to go on the other bikes because they have more fresh engines, and it seems to be the thanks Harlan. Thanks Jack, thanks to a pretty boss Carla Benora. I forget, maybe even a bit of a hangover some Martin's instant turn 7, a real rapid get off when he was fighting his way back through the pack near Spielberg last time out. Didn't come so one them and Martin, and then trying to start to get to his feet back last Sunday, and we were all kind of staring on, no, not again. Surely the world champion is not going to get more having injury misery, but he said it was just the fact that his Alpine Stars airbag inflated. He did a great job to protect him as he went houting through the gravel trap. When as it deployed, he just sort of bashed his ribs, which have taken a fair old bashing, it's fair to say, throughout this season. So no problems. He's almost relieved that to get a fairly big crash out of the way without any sort of recurrence or any aggravation to so many of the injuries which have dogged him throughout 2025. Yeah, it was the second crash, of course, of the weekend of the reports. He went down on a Friday afternoon too early in the apprentice session at turn 9, and he said his overwhelming feeling after that crash was a pure relief, but he was absolutely okay to get over a bit of a mental hurdle, I guess, in many respects. His first crash since the crash which Susan so short, so early in Qatar. But having Martin accepting the perhaps he just got a state of limitation, of course, so short on track mileage in 2025. He's trying to play catch up, but ultimately you cannot catch up at this stage of the season. Just looks at the job at hand, and Roberto Martin, I think, money a little bit less in Austria. If he has, he mentioned, of course, that serial winner of sailing one of the last 2 or 3 years in about GT World Charity, not really used to being in those real intense and that midfield melees where it's just basically pass or beat task. We do a little bit duffed up, a little bit beats, nothing really that. So of course when you are mid-pack as well, you can encounter some pretty severe issues with front tire pressure, front tire temperature, which was the cause, he said. I saw the crash at turn 7 in Austria. It was all okay, best spots in the wounds as well as Martin this kind of saying. I think he's going to answer a little bit of the issue right now, which you saw Marco back second for the start of 2025. He was not real up run with Martin's race pace. That's the start early on this season. I think Marco back second in the factory at Priya. They've put 3 and 4 races, a bit of time to just figure out how to get the best out of a soft tyre on the RSGT. Woods Bez has figured that out. He has been flying 3 podiums in the last 4. They haven't fully quite lower than this in the last 4 Grand Prix. I think Martin at the moment himself is just trying to explore the boundaries, find the limits on that soft tyre. When he goes Lewis, there's no doubt about it. His race pace has been up there with the best. On the score in the sprint on Saturday in Austria, just how good all Martin was. Then he's tinged the point in the end from Johan Zarco, another lap that he would have taken last night of World Championship point, which perhaps led him to get a little bit ahead of himself in the Grand Prix assault 24 hours later. Although then with Marquez as we make our way through the left-hander 14. This is now through the final chicane of turn 15, and so you remember just how much they tend we might see, particularly not turn 3 on the final lap, and Sunday bring out 7 riders are firing into this particular sector of breed. Final lap, fighting for victory. Marquez is simply through that. He's currently in 7th place behind the current session leader, Fabio Richigamme and Antonio Ducanti. 1, 2, 3, and save. His best winning streak in 11 years since he won the first 10 rounds. Great, yeah. 14. It really is. Back to his career passion, isn't he? Back on board there with Roy Martin, who is back on board. He hopes is a fully functioning my career brilliant. I've done it for the remainder of this opening session, who began to just do one by going to. As we are back underway then here in Hungary, to 10. At the moment, with a 1:40.313. As Lewis just mentioned, the eventual rotations a couple of times this route debriefs yesterday. Patients to MotoGP riders, they're all in an hour and isn't it? Funny is they never really took together in the same conversation. They want success. I'm not saying they want it yesterday. That's how hungry they are. So I think it's a bit too long. If R2 can figure out quickly that how to introduce a top-notch time attack, ready. We know he's pole position start to 20 times by the GT, front low start to 30 total times. Once he figures out one in flying, either do 1 too much on the RSGT. Let's head down to pit lane and joining Jack Appley, who told us only one of the session he was looking for Paolo Tobesio Yamaha. We can now tell you disbanded, Jan. Yeah, I mean, indeed. Great to be joined by Paolo after Bullet's frustrated weekends left side out. Being Spielberg, how would you summarize that weekend as a whole for Yamaha? Very negative one in the journey which is made compounded by being the look. We didn't be very well. I don't want a bit. But it's difficult, but even if it's or they're cooking fit. I mean, deal with what very difficult. It has ended up to be more difficult than expected, but too difficult. We need to learn, keep working, and it's very good to be already back on track. We expect you last weekend, and he said the decision hadn't been made regards the beast all next year. Does that he can almost make the decision for you for inline 4? I think appears it's at the end of the life cycle. As you always said, the future will be far depend on how quick we can be in achieving the correct level, return the project thinking we had raised the development project. And I think it's not the secret that yes, and they before please the double in Misano. People, I don't know. There can be closer to the decision moment, yes. Fabio earlier in the season, he'd spoken about his desire to win it now. How damaging is a weekend is like cost you when you're trying to convince Fabio to remain for the long term? I think we made a decision together with Fabio a bit more than 1 year ago to sign for 2 years and 44 racing weekend. We have only 13 weekends into that. For sure, it will come the moment and thought about its future, and our primary target would be to convince Fabio a better racing package. But the only team was founded on the final. 13 racing weekend, didn't open the third of power, 1.30, didn't reach the Touching 26, Jack yesterday was quite vocal, Pray, but is run out of basements with the other half. I mean, what for you, what for him? In jokes, you don't. So, what is the delay in going to Jack and telling him what his future is with Yamaha? I admit it was also running out of patience to this anyone with the same question. Jack knows very well. I know him. Continues open to the center. When you get ready to make it an answer, do it with us. He said he has opportunities, but he's going to look at those opportunities more intensely. If he doesn't get an answer this weekend, is the deadline this weekend to try and finalise your 2026 lineup in product? It is not that then when you've on the big who's bad into the day, sure. But I'd like to say that this is the relation we have with Jack. Just finally, Diogo Moreira openly said that there was an offer on the table from Yamaha. It seems as though he's decided to opt a move to Honda. There was talk yesterday that Manu Gonzalez is now a potential candidate for Yamaha as well. It's not possible that we have 2 rookies in manufacture the satellite team next year at a vital moment in Yamaha's progression. As is very clear, we have one seat available for next year. The plus and cons, the decision showing the things that are different values in the different decision. We are just to take the partner one. Have a good weekend. Jack, thanks to Yamaha boss Paolo Tobesio. Yes, it does save a life. Well, we know today Jack Minon's taste shits about his delayed decisions and whether he will or won't be
One of my GP grid next year was certainly looking the Aussie. Just while the rides, as you expect, in this open practice session, finding the limits, finding the optimal braking markers. We've seen one asked for both Miller and Seki, and the crash, like a crash at least with turn one. So thank him in there. No replay of the incident with the graphics during the 17 taking example. So Shankin in she books as our first official silver in the Grand Prix by GP here in Hungary. Simon Steed hitting though back to one with some phone keep on this speed and lucky now you're okay. Clean dance already so far this morning to Vincent Stout. So Moto3 classes, Moto3, Moto2, MOTOGP. We've seen minus Moto3 classes now driving down now to one where all these MotoGP bikes, as you've already seen, you're swimming off around 250 kilometers an hour. Down to over 300 Ks, down to 55 as the Yamaha almost spat Fabio Quartararo off at the same point that Frankie Morbidelli went down. Quartararo had just got up into 6th place, but Yamaha or Kimi was comfortable riding over sea. Yeah, Fabio Quartararo will just be glad that he doesn't have to go back to Austria another year because this time last weekend was just dismal. That it was low. So Fabio Quartararo 25 seconds behind Marquez at the checker slag. Nowhere any point in the kind of even remotely competitive. This was the Frenchman then. To get into the tight right-hander of turn one. So a bit mind with now as Fabio to left up, snokes off the foot peg. No dramas for the Frenchman. There up and Logan finds himself in pink trunks and 39 to like 3-6 pace is plotting up, hitting quicker as the track rubbers in and gets more grip as you'd expect. We're in the 38s now. Pedro Costa, Marquez and Luca Marini on the updated statue Honda. Of all sounds, 39s, a bunch of riders now. We're in the 39, including Basti, Dini, Giamantonio. Certainly early place before we had the red flag for the Raul Fernandez Blella. Minalpa to 6, Martin, Alex Marquez, Quartararo. Boss Barger at number of yellow in place for guitar and fan. Much from now, the money I have so on the evening, and haven't themed at the moment on the 140. More angry, he's put in the land, so he's been as busy as anyone out on the racetrack of the world, but not been a particularly competitive start to the Hungarian Grand Prix weekend for Pedro Costa as we now follow teammate Marc Marquez. Of course, Bagnaia so often has his own strategy and chooses to drop around a single set of tyres on a Friday morning. Never that strategy to choose some more given the unique demands of a first time Team 3 circuit. We'll have to wait and see. While Marquez is about to steal control of this FT1 session, number 93 bang on the money here as he ticks through sector 3. He's up by headed car to second in the groove. Early on, he's so adept, isn't he? Adjusting to new circuits. Of course, he said he was going to be a big benefit, certainly on the opening day, having come in on the Ducati's brilliant Panigale deduction bike. Know that Ducati was sitting as you engage the rear radar device. Out to turn 17, over the line. Each of you obliges. Full on steady angle at 239 mark. The fastest now by number chart the Septim, the excellent lap from the 93. And separated me yesterday that he thought over the course of that day of testing that the team riders did on street bikes. That Tiger at the ultimate day he was second clear. All see some of the riders, but they all very much closed in, and Moto2 is still ahead of him by the end of the day. So expect that to close up. Thomas Spargaro on the KTM goes into second place, just behind Seki here has taken third. Thomas Spargaro, of course, with his prime on a Jimmy Tourist. Därden var han där vi passerar på after on the 30th because 27 on we're still busy shooting the whole hay Martin. Paul's mentioned on the KTM, but Christoph Fernandez was here on the Yamaha as well. And the Kenny Terra, of course, doing the testing duties on the Ducati. Different ball game Talsep this weekend when those test riders came back to BALATON Club. They were in the midst of a Hungarian heat wave and the temperature was not far shy of a baking 40 degrees. I was saying track temperature was around 60 degrees. And up Kundluck certainly throughout this Grand Prix weekend, which is a game changer in terms of the grip which will be on our sun. Early initial reports are that this Peloton Pub circuit really a table smooth and I'm not to grim. We'll see just how the lap timers do a bowl throughout the course of the weekend. There was a fair variety of technically through the structure practice right here today, but that has dissipated. It looks like we're going to get a rather cloudy, a windy day here, close to the spectacular Lake Balaton, which is, as mentioned, one of Europe's, essentially Europe's biggest lakes, 250 kilometers all the way around it apparently, and 9 kilometers wide. That's its widest point, and North Sport Lovers Paradise, Hotel de Savoy on Lake Balaton. Surfers, sailors, they enjoying their time out on the lake. Not enjoying his first touch through Balaton Park Circle Express. There was Roy Martin after the spectacular technical issue on the factory. So yeah, and there's couples negotiating the tricky turn 12 on that occasion. You know what, bike that stocks well, aren't you, with some of those first and second gear chicanes that interrupting the one. You've got me having stopped sooner at turn 1, might now be hurt in turn 5 as well. And Tekla Banyaya, of course, Spunker having his issues stopping the bike. Also, the bike wasn't particularly accelerating too well. Great combination also for Banyaya, stopping the bike and also managing the rear tyre all the way out of quarters. Raised big issues, and if you thought those kind of issues, they're going to show here too. Banyaya currently still in the pits now, 20 to add about 21. Yeah, at the back of the field is Brad Binder in 21st place. X3 bus Elevate Charal. Is this his last year at the helm of the H-based team? A real storm with the course of the Grand Prix, paddock across all classes for so many years. So we have a little chat with Valentine Friday, who's certainly catching the eye on board with Septuri. I can't tell in Moto3 right now. There has been all kinds of plant gossip, big speculation of where Tom Chiral behind the scenes is in the final throes of completing a potential takeover deal. By Solvach as Formula 1 bus good to start. That we're even not going away. But what we done is going out for a second time in this session. First time we saw him go down at turn 1. He's in the 4th sector now, so potentially going into turn 15. Obviously, Frank Yamaha go down. Let's take a look. This is the right-hander. Turn 15. Yeah, the first crash he had over the session was at turn 1. The second one, he's now gone down for a second time. Yeah, welcome to Balaton Park, Frank Duke. It is indeed certainly not the opening session that he was looking for here today. His airbag has gone off as he now sorts of breaks into a bit of a chalk, and taking himself back to pit lane. Turns 1 and turns 16 clearly seems to be a stopping issue. The hard braking are consistently from Frank Pete that goes turn 1 and 15, 2 of the most vicious braking zones around this Balaton Park circuit. So Tekla Banyaya at the moment is down at 20th place to the 140.369 and 15 laps so far this morning, but not even within 2 seconds of his teammate Mark. And James got some observations. Check that to you. Yeah, David obviously did say when we spoke to him earlier that he was going to be trying some radical things this morning, and that's definitely the case. The Eloise technician down in the number 63 Fender box has been busy this morning, currently slapping the front fork springs on the number 63 as he just trying to find any kind of answers, any kind of solution to that front field problem that he's been suffering for throughout the entirety of the season so far. So I don't think Banyaya will be too concerned, given the fact that they are testing some very radical things and trying to find some kind of direction with this GP22 park to try and get him back up to his best. Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Good spot down in tick lane there, Banyaya. They will be the remainder of the season. You almost still have these final 9 Grand Prix, or almost 9 test sessions really, as far as Banyaya is concerned, with one eye on a bit of a recovery in 2026, because he's long kissed goodbye to any hopes of winning back the MotoGP World Championship. On the given, he's going to hang on to 3rd actually overall, because Marco Bezzecchi's that recent burst of impressive form has 3 toe-ins in the last 4 Grand Prix. He really has emerged, hasn't he, as kind of the lead threat, non-Ducati-wise, to my opinion, his domination. But there's less than 50 toys there covering Banyaya and his trash-talking buddy in the VR46 Academy Bezzecchi. It's not a given for the all of them, he's hanging on the 3rd place. Yeah, having been there, Banyaya's kind of here as a rider who's used to winning world championships, just how much to fulfill in the world championships, he really floats his bumps, but it's the motivation finishing below his big friend Marco Bezzecchi might just spur him on in the SSH of this season, because if he does finish behind, he'll hear about it all winter until we get to Pergamum next year. Quarant's band as well. Yeah, there's a few little ones. So the bonuses between 3rd and 4th place in the world champ. He just Escanea past Giannini.
when he got dumped out of the top for me late on last year. I mean, it cost him a €2 for now. Yeah, it was just a rider that's like his confidence it just shook down. He's almost now starting to doubt himself. This is a rider, let's not forget, who last year won 11 of our Frankton Grand Prix. He's came so close to winning a third successive MotoGP World Championship. The 28-year-old right now just looks a shadow of the rider that was so utterly brilliant throughout 2022, 23 and 24. But he sounded unlikely ally, this might be in some respects, this weekend from his teammate Marquez, who said yesterday to our Spanish broadcast colleagues at the zone that Pecco Bagnaia hasn't just become a bad rider overnight. You don't forget how huge you are, and Pecco Bagnaia has been one of the very best over the last 5 years. So he surely feel that if you can find that on feeling again. But I got City motivation of finishing below his CRISPR and MOTOGP might just spur him on in the latter stage of this season, because if he does finish behind, he'll hear about it all winter until we get to Perker next year. Punch is banned now as well. There's a few good thing in your lungs. And so the bonus is between his third and fourth place in the World Champ. He just asked Kanea Bastianini when he got dumped out of the top point late on last year. And cost him a €2 for Kanea. Yeah. He's just a rider that's like his confidence. It just shook down. He's almost now starting to doubt himself. This is a rider, let's not forget, who last year won 11 of our Frankton Grand Prix. He's been so close to winning a third success. But I get City motivation of finishing below his CRISPR and MOTOGP might just spur him on in the latter stage of this season, because if he does finish behind, he'll hear about it all winter until we get to Perker next year. Punch is banned now as well. There's a few with the finger ones. And so the bonus is between his third and fourth place in the World Champ. He just asked Kanea Bastianini when he got dumped out of the top away late on last year. It cost him a €2 for Kanea. Yeah. It's just a rider that's like his confidence. It just shook down. He's almost now starting to doubt himself. This is a rider, let's not forget, who last year won 11 of our Frankton Grand Prix. He's came so close to winning a third successive MotoGP World Championship. The 28-year-old right now just looks a shadow of the rider that was so utterly brilliant throughout 2022, 23 and 24. But he sounded an unlikely ally, so might be in some respects, this weekend from his teammate Marquez, who said yesterday to our Spanish broadcast colleagues at the zone that Pecco Bagnaia hasn't just become a bad rider overnight. You don't forget how huge you are, and Pecco Bagnaia has been one of the very best over the last 5 years. So you surely feel that if you can find that on feeling again, his City motivation of finishing below his CRISPR and MOTOGP might just spur him on in the latter stage of the season, because if he does finish behind, he'll hear about it all winter until we get to Perker next year. And Punch is banned now as well. There's a few good thing ones. And so the bonus is between his third and fourth place in the World Champ. He just asked Kanea Bastianini when he got dumped out of the top point late on last year. It cost him a €2 for Kanea. Yeah, it was just a rider that's like his confidence. It just shook down. He's almost now starting to doubt himself. This is a rider, let's not forget, who last year won 11 of our Frankton Grand Prix. He's been so close to winning a third successive MotoGP World Championship. The 28-year-old right now just looks a shadow of the rider that was so utterly brilliant throughout 2022, 23, and 24. But he sounded a likely ally, yes, I might be in some respects, this weekend from his teammate, Marquez, who said yesterday to our Spanish broadcast colleagues at the zone that Yamaha hasn't just become a bad rider overnight. You don't forget how good Yamaha has been one of the very best over the last 5 years. So you surely feel that if you can find that some feeling again, his
like at this venue, second at the moment. Can we start to dream of a surprise result in the month?
No. We have these days, no, we don't. I'm sure it's an advantage, and the only one to have experience with a MotoGP bike there. All 91, 11 and 1 men. We had the beer game, but don't worry, this afternoon beer when everyone will have a bit more experience, the gearbox a little bit more settled. Everyone will improve the lap time and understanding will look like normal.
Got stepping in for Maverick this weekend, just on his recovery. Sounds like it's going to be a very long one. They did central as last time out. It doesn't feel he'll be 100% fit until qualifying. With the start re-season next year, which feels like a life title. And over the past week, how is his recovery advancing? The qualifying, you're set 5 out in Barcelona. Yeah, with all, as soon as you touch his shoulder, chamber, right, wind breaks part of the body. So we knew from the beginning that it would take long. It was looking like a challenge to be back. He wanted to show everyone, and with all that people committee him, they really wanted to be there, but he won. It one of those hit, really, he expected some.
The deep motivation of finishing glories, which Brent Marco might just spur him on in the latter stage of the season. Because if he does finish fine, hear about it all winter and 7 it's a program next year, which is banned now as well. There's a few the finger ones. So the purpose is between 3rd and 4th place in the World Champion. Just asking how past Giannitti when he got dumped out of the top going late on last year. He only cost him a spare 2 Euros for Naya. Yeah, Hungarian was just a rider that seemed like his confidence. It just Shubtalis is almost now starting to doubt himself. This is a rider, let's not forget, who last year would 11 of our Trenton Grand Prix. He's came so close to winning a third successive MotoGP World Championship. The 28-year-old right now just looks a shadow of the rider that was so utterly brilliant throughout 2022, 23, and 24. But he sounded a likely ally, in some respects, this weekend from his teammate, Marquez, who said yesterday to our Spanish broadcast colleagues at the zone that Yamaha hasn't just become a bad rider overnight. You don't forget how huge Yamaha has been on the work. But I got city motivation of finishing below his Richigamme Marco might just spur him on in the latter stage of the season. Because if he does finish fine, he'll hear about it all winter until we get to program next year. Climate is banned now as well. There's a few the thing loans. And so the bonus is between 3rd and 4th place in the World Championship. Just ask an past Giannitti when he got dumped out of the top going late on last year. Cost him a spare 2 Euros for Naya. Yeah. Hungarian is just a rider that's like his confidence. It just Shubtanis is almost now starting to doubt himself. This is a rider, let's not forget, who last year would 11 of our 22 Grand Prix. He's been so close to winning a third successive
MotoGP World Championship. The 28-year-old right now just looks at a shadow of the rider that was so utterly brilliant throughout 2022, 23, and 24. But he's had an unlikely ally, I guess unlikely in some respects, this weekend from his teammate, Marquez, who said yesterday to our Spanish broadcast colleagues, the zone, Pecco Bagnaia hasn't just become a bad rider overnight. You don't forget how huge you are. Pecco Bagnaia has been one of the very best over the last 5 years, so you surely feel that he can combine that on breathing again. Spider out of way after MotoGP. I think you can see by Philip Town Hawk into the cutting SAO, looking very very stiff and walking very gingerly. Running some medical checks. Some issues with a back problem, and on the filter, Spargo has had to withdraw from this Grand Prix as well. And that does leave John Zucker then on his top. LCR Honda here, this jet bag covers off the house key that we should have to bring in. Touch it down to pit lane for the first time. Saying a very morning to yeah, very good morning to everybody. Gets to see a quick one from down at Honda. I saw a couple of weeks ago that Aleix Espargaro, whilst testing at Barcelona, had put up a few photos on his Instagram page and included in there. I realised and spotting, there's a new Shetzi on the happening to our preview there, and wondered how long it would take for it eventually to make its way to the Grand Prix paddock. Well, it has finally arrived, not in Austria, but here in Hungary, and it's on one of Luca Marini's machines. It's quite radically different in design, so it's going to be interesting to see throughout the course of the weekend just how much time Luca will spend on it. And then just secondly and finally as well, the eagle-eyed viewers at home might be able to see in Marc Marquez's garage that actually he's got one of the 2025 aerodynamics package on one with the 2024 one, which caught me by surprise because Mark, pretty much a good 5, 6, 7 rounds ever since he was first introduced, has been using it on both of these machines. I put the question to Davide Town, don't see why is he go back to trying it, and he said, well, brand new circuit, brand new venue, we haven't got the data predictably whatsoever, so given how comfortable Barton before he's in right now, we thought it wasn't a bad idea to use this morning as a bit of a test exercise between whether the old 2024 aero with potentially better seated to this one, and really when you're around the front 5-1 good than that. Down from pit lane, I'm capped outside the Yamaha box, working to try and grab away from Paolo Pedesio, because there's more than a few talking points to get stuck into, which I'll big smart, And yeah, there is indeed, Jack, on the subject of Yamaha. We briefly saw Fabio Quartararo, who used the word ridiculous to describe, let's be strange, an embarrassing, a humiliating weekend. So Yamaha, probably you can describe as one of the worst race weekend in Yamaha's history, if not the worst, as they finished in the bottom 4 in Spielberg. 25, 30, 34, and 37 seconds off the win. With Tachawara, Rins, Miller, and the girl Oliveira. Fabio Quartararo said the best remedy for a wonderful weekend was to pound the treadmill in Budapest, stick to coverages, treadmill, a bit of sightseeing in Budapest, apparently, to up Nuris. They just got a critic turn the tape, because, as we just mentioned, has to go down at one of the Yamaha's at worst weekends in their distinguished history. Because the work zone from start to finish, and Fabio Quartararo holds them with the subdeal leadership moment on Yamaha. Yes, of course, there are mitigating factors, track layout, as I'm sipping Suit B, and more acknowledged the stiffer construction and very tired that we had for the session. Are you having to make any amendments as a result of what happened? No, first of all, we have to analyze and understand. At the moment, we have not to do, we haven't happened to go on the other bikes because they have more fresh engines, and it seems to be the thanks, Harlan. Thanks, Jack. Thanks to a pretty boss, I've been again, maybe even a hangover some Martin's instant turn 7, a real rapid gets off when he was fighting his way back through the pack near his Spielberg last time out. It comes so one them and Martin, and then trying to start to get to his feet about last Sunday, and we were all kind of staring, no, not again. Surely the world champion is not going to get more of injury misery, but he said it was just the fact that his Alpine Stars airbag inflates. He did a great job to protect him as he went hashing through the double trap. When as it deployed, he just sort of bashed his ribs, which have taken a fair old bashing, it's fair to say, throughout this season. So no problems. He's almost relieved that to get a Stanley big clash out of the way without any sort of recurrence or any aggravation to so many of the injuries which have dogged him throughout 2025. Yeah, it was the second crash, of course, of the weekend of the reports. He went down on a Friday afternoon too early in the apprentice of turn 9. He said his overwhelming feeling after that crash was a pure relief, but he was absolutely okay to get over a bit of a mental hurdle, I guess, in many respects. His first crash since the crash which Susan so short, so early in Qatar. But having Martin accepting the perhaps he just got to stay a little bit patient, of course. So short on track mileage in 2025. He's trying to play catch up, but ultimately you cannot catch up at this stage of the season. Just looks at the job at hand, and Martin, I think, money a little bit less in Austria. If he has, he mentioned, of course, that serial winner of sailing one of the last 2 or 3 years in about GT World Charity, not really used to being in those real intense and that midfield melees where it's just basically pass or beat us. We do a little bit duffed up, a little bit beats, nothing really that. So, of course, when you are mid pack as well, you can encounter some pretty severe issues with front tire pressure, front tire temperature, which was the cause, he said. I saw the crash at turn 7 in Austria. It was all okay, best possible wounds as far as Martin this kind of saying. I think he's going to a little bit of the issue right now, which we saw Marco back second for the start of 2025. He was not a real run with Martin's race pace. That's the start early on this season. They put Marco back second in the factory of Priya. They put 3 or 4 races, a bit of time to just figure out how to get the best out of a soft tyre on the RS GT. Woods has figured that out. He has been flying 3 coatings in the last 4. He hasn't fully quite lowered his face in the last 4 Grand Prix. I think Martin at the moment himself is just trying to explore the boundaries, find the limits on that soft tyre. When he goes to the race, there's no doubt about it. But his race pace has been up there with the best. On the score in the sprint on Saturday in Austria, just how good away Martin lost. Then he's clinched the points in the end from Johan Zarco, the lap that he would have taken last night of World Championship point, which perhaps led him to get a little bit ahead of himself in the Grand Prix assault 24 hours later. Although then with Marquez as we make our way through the left-hander 14. This is now through the final chicane of turn 15, and so you remember just how much they tend to see it took me not turn 3 on the final lap, and Sunday we have 7 or 8 riders are carrying into this particular sector of breed. Final lap, fighting for victory. Marquez is simply through that. He's currently in 7th place behind the current session leader, Fabio Richigamme, Antonio Ducati. 1, 2, 3, and save. His best winning streak in 11 years since he won the first 10 rounds. Great here. 14. It really is. Back to these great best and business. Back on board there with Roy Martin, who is back on board. He hopes is a fully functioning by Harrier Priya. Has done it for the remainder of this opening session, who began to just the 1 by 90. As we are back underway then here in Hungary. Martin was Henry. At the moment, with a 1.313. He has just mentioned the eventual rotations a couple of times this debrief yesterday. Patience to MotoGP riders, they're all in an hour and isn't it? Funny is they never really put together in the same conversation. They want success. I'm not saying they want it yesterday. That's how hungry they are. So I think it's a bit too long. If R2 can figure out quickly that how to introduce a top-notch time attack, ready. We know he's Pavan Zusha started 20 times in Bada GT, Fuglo started 30 full times. Once he figures out qualifying, either do 1 too much on the RSGT. Let's head down to pit lane and join Jack Appleyard, who told us only one of the session he was looking for Paolo Tobesio Yamaha. We can now tell you he's found it, Jack. Yeah, having indeed. Great to be joined by Paolo after Bullet's frustrating weekends, left side out, being Spielberg. How would you summarize that weekend as a whole for the other half? Very negative one in the journey, which is made upon by Turkey in the world. We didn't be very well. I don't want a bit, but it's difficult to say. But even if they're cooking fit, we deal with what very difficult. It has ended up to be more difficult than expected, but too difficult. We need to learn, keep working, and it's very good to be already back on track. We spoke to you last weekend and he said a decision hadn't been made with regards to the V4 next year. Does that weekend you almost make the decision told you for inline 4? I think it appears it's at the end of its life cycle.
As you always said, the future of before depends on how quick we can be in achieving the correct level to turn the project into a race of the development project. I think it's not the secret that yes, and they before questi è dopo in Misano, people, I don't know. We're coming closer to a decision moment, yes.
Fabio, earlier in the season, you've spoken about his desire to win it now. How damaging is a weekend is like cost you when you've tried to convince Fabio to remain for the long term?
I think we made a decision together with Fabio a bit more than 1 year ago to sign for 2 years and 44 racing weekend.
We're only 13 weekends into that. For sure, it became the moment and thought about its future, and our primary target would be to convince Fabio it's a better racing package. Well, the Lolly team was kind of the team now. 13 racing weekend, you know, for the third of power, 1.30, didn't reach Touching toward 26 that Jack yesterday was quite vocal, pray, but is run out of basements with the Yamaha. I mean, what for you, what for him? In jokes, you don't. So, what is the delay in going to Jack and telling him what his future is with Yamaha?
I admit it was also running out of patience to listen anyone with the same question. Jack knows very well. You know, I know, yeah, the continues open to the center. When you get ready to make an answer, do it with us.
He said he has opportunities, so he's going to look at those options more intensely. If he doesn't get an answer this weekend, is the deadline this weekend to try and finalise your 2026 lineup in product?
There is no deadline when you back on the leg, who's bad into the relation. I'd like to say that this is the relation we have with Jack.
Just finally, Diogo Moreira openly said that there was an offer on the table from Yamaha. It seems as though he's decided to opt a move to Honda. There was talk yesterday that Manu Gonzalez is now a potential candidate for Yamaha as well. Is that possible that we have two rookies in the satellite team next year at a vital moment in Yamaha's progression? As is very clear.
We have one seat available for next year. The plus and cons, the decision, showing the things that are different values in the different decision. We are first to take the partner one.
Malo, have a good weekend. Jack, thanks to Yamaha boss, Paolo de Bessian. Yes, it does exceed like what we know today. Jackman is patience about his delayed decisions and whether he will or won't be one of our GP for next year, but certainly given the Aussie. Just while the rides, as you expect, in this open practice session, signed in the limits, finding the optimal braking markers. We've seen one us for both Miller and Seki, and the crash, like a crash, at least with turn one. So thank you, and no replay of the incident with the graphics during the 17-second example. So Tranquil in she books as our first official saw in the Grand Prix by GP here in Hungary. Simon Steed hitting the back so one whistle playing keep on this speed and lucky now, yeah, okay. Clean dance already so far this morning two instant start. So Moto3 classes, Moto3, Moto2, MOTOGP. We've seen Moto3 classes now driving down now to one where all these MotoGP bikes, as you've already seen, you're swimming off around 250 kilometers an hour. Down to around 300 Ks, down to 55 as the Yamaha almost stacked Fabio Quartararo off at the same point that Frankie Morbidelli went down. Quartararo had just got up into 6th place, but Yamaha or Kidney was comfortable riding over sea. Yeah, Fabio Quartararo will just be glad that he's not to go back to Austria another year because this time last weekend was just dismal. That it was low. So Fabio Quartararo 25 seconds behind Marquez at the checkers flag. Nowhere any point that became even remotely competitive. This was the Frenchman then to get into the tight right-hander of turn one. Separated moment now as Fabio's left foot steps off the foot peg. No dramas for the Frenchman. There at the moment finds himself in pink plants and 39 to like 3. 6 pace is plotting up, getting quicker as the track rubbers in and against more grit, as you'd expect. We're in the 38s now. Pedro Costa, Marquez, and Luca Barini on the updated statue Honda. Of all sounds, 39's a bunch of riders now. We're in the 39. Stephanie Erdick placed before we had the red flag. Willie Raul Fernandez, Blella, Minalta to 6, Martus, Alex Marquez, Buckthrower, Boss Barger, number of yellows, injured place, McGee Tottenham fan. Too much from now, the money I had so on the evening, and Devon themed at the moment on the 140, more angry. He's put into the land, so he's been as busy as anyone out on the racetrack of the world, but not been a particularly competitive start to the Hungarian Grand Prix weekend for Pedro Costa as we now follow teammate Mark Marquez. Of course, Bagnaia so often has his own strategy and chooses to drop around a single set of tyres on a Saturday morning. None of that strategy to choose some more given the unique demands of a first time Tank 3 circuit. We'll have to wait and see. While Marquez is about to steal control of this FT1 session, number 93 bang on the money here as he ticks through sector 3. He's up by headed Carl the second in the groove early on. He's so adept, isn't he, adjusting to new circuits. Of course, he said he was going to be a big benefit, certainly on the opening day, having come in on the Ducati's brilliant Panigale deduction bike. Just can't know that Ducati was sitting with you, engage the rear radar device, out to turn 70, over the line. Each of you obliges, the 138.239 mark. The fastest now by number chart the second the extra lap from the 93, and separated me yesterday that he thought over the course of that day of testing that the team riders did on street bikes that tides are the ultimate day. He was second clear all season still of Kenty riders, but they all very much closed in, and Moto2 is still ahead of him by the end of the day, so expect that to close up. Thomas Stargaro on the KTM goes into second place, just behind Seki, who here has taken third. Thomas Stargaro, of course, with his prime on a team victory. Därden var han där Pedro by up to on the 30th was 27 we're still busy shooting the whole hey Martin. Paul's mentioned on the KTM, but Christoph Fernandez was here on all day Yamaha as well. And the Kenny Terra, of course, doing the testing duties on the Ducati. Different ball game tells us this weekend when those test riders came back to BALATON Club. They were in the midst of a Hungarian heat wave, and the temperature was not far shy of a baking 40 degrees. I was saying track temperature was around 60 degrees. And that could look certainly throughout this Grand Prix weekend, which is a game changer in terms of the grip which will be on our sun. Only initial reports are that this Peloton Park circuit really a table smooth, nothing a lot of grim. We'll see just how the lap timers do evolve throughout the course of the weekend. There was a fair variety of alternatively through the structure practice right ahead today, but that has dissipated. It looks like we're going to get another cloudy, a windy day here. Close to the spectacular Lake Balaton, which is, as mentioned, one of Europe's, Central Europe's biggest lakes, 250 kilometers all the way around it apparently, and 9 kilometers wide. That's its widest point, and North Sport Never's Paradise, Hotel Savoy on Lake Balaton students. Surfers, sailors, they enjoying their time out on the lake. Not enjoying his first touch from Balaton Park Circle Express. There was Roy Martin. I forgot the spectacular technical issue on the factory. Brilliant is probably negotiating the tricky turn 12 on that occasion. You know what, bike that stocks well, aren't you, with some of those first and second gear chicanes that interrupting the one. You've got me having stopped sooner at turn 1, might now be hurt in turn 5 as well. And Tekla Bagnaia, of course, Spunker having his issues stopping the bike, and so the bike wasn't particularly accelerating too well. Great combination was it for Bagnaia, stopping the bike and also managing the rear tyre on the way out of quarters. Raised big issues, and if you thought those kind of issues, they're going to show here too. Bagnaia currently still in the pits now, 20 to add about 21. Yeah, at the back of the field is Brad Brinder in 21st place. X3 bus elevate Charal. Is this his last year at the helm of the H-based team? A real storm with the course of the Grand Prix, paddock across all classes for so many years. So maybe we'll chat with Valentine Friday, who's certainly catching the eye on board with Set3. KTM in Moto3 right now. There has been all kinds of hot gossip, big speculation of where Tom Charal behind the scenes is in the final throes of completing a potential takeover deal. And by Sorbash as Formula 1 bus couldn't start that we're even not going away. But he's gone down for a second time in this session. First time we saw him go down at turn 1. He's in the 4th sector now, so potentially going into turn 15. Obviously, Frankie Mohammadi go down. Let's take a look. This is the right-hander. Oh, no, turn 15. Yeah, the first crash he had over the session was at turn 1. He's now gone down for a second time. Yeah, welcome to BALATON Park, Franju. It is indeed certainly not the opening session that he was looking for here today. His airbag has gone off as he now sorts of breaks into a bit of a jog. Taking himself back to pit lane. Turns 1 and turns 16 clearly seems to be a stopping issue. The hard brakings are consistent only from Frankie. The Gus Tab 1 and 15, 2 of the most vicious braking zones around this BALATON Park circuit. So Yamaha at the moment is down at 20th place to the 140.369 and 15 laps so far this morning, but not even 2 seconds of his teammate Mark. And James got some observations. Check that to you. Yeah, David obviously did say when we spoke to him earlier that he was going to be trying some radical things this morning, and that's definitely the case. The Eloise technician down in the number 63 Safety box has been busy this morning, currently swapping the front fork springs on the number 63 as he just trying to find any kind of answers, any kind of solution to that front field problem that he's been suffering for throughout the entirety of the season so far. So I don't think Bagnaia will be too concerned, given the fact that they are testing some very radical things and trying to find some kind of direction with this GP22 park to try getting back up to his best. Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Good spot down in tech lane there at Bagnaia. They will be the remainder of the season. You almost still have these final 9 Grand Prix, or almost 9 tech sessions really, as far as Bagnaia is concerned, with one eye on a bit of a recovery in 2026, because he's long kissed goodbye to any hopes of winning back the MotoGP World Championship. On the given, he's going to hang on to 3rd actually overall, because Marco Basecchi's that recent burst of impressive form has 3 podiums in the last 4 Grand Prix. He really has emerged, hasn't he, as part of the lead threat non-Ducati wise to Marquez's domination. But there's less than 50 toys there covering Bagnaia and his trash-talking buddy in the VR46 Academy Basecchi. It's not a given for the all of them. He's hanging on the 3rd place. Yeah, I've been there. Bagnaia's kind of here as a rider who's used to winning world championships. Just how much after fulfilling the world champions he really floats his bumps, but it's the motivation finishing below his big friend Marco Basecchi might just spur him on in the latter stage of this season, because if he does finish by, he'll hear about it all winter until we get to Pergamum next year. Quarantines bank as well. There's a few good little ones. So the bonuses between 3rd and 4th place in the world champ. Just ask Ganea past Giannini when he got dumped out at top really late on last year. It cost him a 32 euros for now. Yeah. Bagnaia, it was just a rider that's like his confidence is just shook down. He's almost now starting to doubt himself. This is a rider, let's not forget, who last year won 11 of our Frankton Grand Prix. He's came so close to winning a 3rd successive MotoGP World Championship. The 28-year-old right now just looks at a shadow of the rider that was so utterly brilliant throughout 2022, 23 and 24. But he's had an unlikely ally, this might be in some respects, this weekend from his teammate Marquez, who said yesterday to our Spanish broadcast colleagues at the Zone that Pecco Bagnaia hasn't just become a bad rider overnight. You don't forget how huge you are, and Pecco Bagnaia has been one of the very best over the last 5 years. So we surely feel that if you can find that sort of feeling again, but I got the motivation of finishing below his Christopher and Marco Basecchi might just spur him on in the latter stage of this season, because if he does finish by, he'll hear about it all winter until we get to Pergamum next year. Punch is banned now as well. There's a few good thing in ones. And so the bonus is between his third and fourth place in the World Champ. He just asked Ganea Bastianini when he got dumped out of the top 20 late on last year. And, cost him a start to Jody race for Ganea. Yeah, hang on, it's just a rider that's like his confidence. It just, I should tell you, he's almost now starting to doubt himself. This is a rider, let's not forget, who last year won 11 of our Frenton Grand Prix. He's been so close. That's a winning a third success. But I guess the motivation of finishing below his Fishburne Marco Bozetti might just stir him on in the latter stage of this season, because if he does finish behind, he'll hear about it all winter until we get to Perth next year. And finds his band now as well. There's a few with the finger ones. And so the bonus is between his third and fourth place in the World Champ. He just asked Ganea Bastianini when he got dumped out of the top away late on last year. Cost him a third to race for Ganea. Yeah. Hang on, it's just a rider that's like his confidence. It just, he's almost now starting to doubt himself. This is a rider, let's not forget, last year won 11 of our Frenton Grand Prix. He's been so close. That's winning a third successive MotoGP World Championship. The 28-year-old right now just looks at a shadow of the rider that was so utterly brilliant throughout 2022, 23, and 24. But he's had an unlikely ally, in some respects, this weekend from his teammate, Marquez, who said yesterday to our Spanish broadcast colleagues at the Zone that Pecca hasn't just become a bad rider overnight. Forget how huge you are. Pecca has been one of the very best over the last 5 years. So he surely feel that he can find that sort of feeling again. His motivation of finishing below his Fishburne Marco Bozetti might just spur him on in the latter stage of the season, because if he does finish behind, he'll hear about it all winter until we get to Perth next year. And it finds his bank now as well. There's a few with the finger ones. And so the bonus is between his third and fourth place in the World Champ. He just asked Ganea Bastianini when he got dumped out of the top point late on last year. Cost him a third to race for Ganea. Yeah, and hang on, it's just a rider that's like his confidence. It just shook. He's almost now starting to doubt himself. This is a rider, let's not forget, who last year won 11 of our Frenton Grand Prix. He's been so close. That's winning a third successive MotoGP World Championship. The 28-year-old right now just looks at a shadow of the rider that was so utterly brilliant throughout 2022, 23, and 24. But he's had an unlikely ally, I guess it might be in some respects, this weekend from his teammate, Marquez, who said yesterday to our Spanish broadcast colleagues at the Zone that Pecca hasn't just become a bad rider overnight. Forget how huge you are. Pecca has been one of the very best over the last 5 years. So you surely feel that he can find that some feeling again. I get this venue second at the moment. Can we start to dream of a surprise result in the podium? No. We have this day card. No, we don't. I'm sure it's an advantage, and the only one to have experience with a MotoGP bike here. You won 11 and 1. Then we had the beer game. But don't worry, this afternoon beer when everyone will have a bit more experience, the gearbox a little bit more settled. Everyone will improve the lap time, and understanding will look like normal. Got stepping in for Maverick this weekend, just on his recovery. Sounds like it's going to be a very long one. They did Central as last time out. He doesn't feel he'll be 100% fit until qualifying. But the start of pre-season next year, which feels like a live title. And over the past week, how is his recovery advancing? The qualifying, you're set 5 out in Barcelona. Yeah, with all, as soon as you touch his shoulder, chain right, and when breaks part of the body,
So we knew from the beginning that it would take long in white. It was looking like a challenge to beat back. I wanted to show everyone and with all that people could commit him. They really wanted to be there, but he won. It one of those hate penalty. He expected some. The motivation of finishing below his good friend Marco Mazzetti might just spur him on in the latter stage of the season, because if he does finish fine, you know, hear about it all winter until it's a program next year, which is banned as well. There's a few to the finger lines. So the purpose is between third and fourth place in the World Champ. Just asking past Giannitti when he got dumped out of top going late on last year. He only cost him a third Euros for Naya. Yeah, hang on, it was just a ride and seemed like his confidence, it just shook Tallis is almost now starting to doubt himself. You know, this is a ride, let's not forget, who last year would 11 of our Trenton Grand Prix. He's came so close to winning a third successive MotoGP World Championship. The 28-year-old right now just looks at a shadow of the rider that was so utterly brilliant throughout 2022, 23 and 24. But he's had an unlikely ally, disappointing in some respects this weekend from his teammate Marquez, who said yesterday to our Spanish broadcast colleagues at the zone that Yamaha hasn't just become a fan rider overnight. You don't forget how huge you are, and Yamaha has been one of the but I got city motivation of finishing below his Richigamme and Marco Mazzetti might just spur him on in the latter stage of this season, because if he does finish fine, you'll hear about it all winter until we get to program next year. Climate is banned now as well. There's a few to the thing loans. And so the bonus is between third and fourth place in the World Champ. You just ask an past Giannitti when he got dumped out of the top going late on last year. You know, cost him a third and his third Euros for Naya. Yeah. Hang on, it's just a rider that's like his confidence. It just shook Tallis is almost now starting to doubt himself. You know, this is a rider, let's not forget, who last year would 11 of our 22 Grand Prix. He's came so close to winning a third successive MotoGP World Championship. The 28-year-old right now just looks at a shadow of the rider that was so utterly brilliant throughout 2022, 23 and 24. But he's had an unlikely ally, unlikely in some respects, this weekend from his teammate Marquez, who said yesterday to our Spanish broadcast colleagues at the zone that Yamaha hasn't just become a bad rider overnight. You don't forget how huge you are, and Yamaha has been one of the very best over the last 5 years, so you surely feel that he can find that on breathing again. The session, are you having to make any amendments as a result of what happened? No, first of all, we have to analyze and understand. At the moment, we have not to do, we haven't happened to go on the other bikes because they have more fresh engines, and it seems to be that. Thanks, Harlan. Thanks, Jack. Thanks to a pretty boss, Carla Benora. I get maybe even a bit of a hangover from Martin's instant turn 7, a real rapid get off when he was fighting his way back through the pack near his Spielberg last time out. It didn't come so one them and Martin, and then trying to start to get to his feet back last Sunday, and we were all kind of staring on, no, not again. Surely the world champion is not going to get more injury misery, but he said it was just the fact that his Alpine Stars airbag inflated. He did a great job to protect him as he went hashing through the double trap. When as it deployed, he just sort of bashed his ribs, which have taken a fair old bashing, it's fair to say, throughout this season. So no problems
He's almost relieved us to get a fairly big crash out of the way without any sort of recurrence or any aggravation to so many of the injuries which have dogged him throughout 2025. Yeah, it was the second crash, of course, of the weekend of the reports. He went down on a Friday afternoon too early in the apprentice session at turn 9. He said his overwhelming feeling after that crash was a pure relief, but he was absolutely okay to get over a bit of a mental hurdle, I guess, in many respects. His first crash since the crash which Susan so short, so early in Qatar. But having Martin accepting the perhaps he just got to stay a little bit patient, of course. So short on track mileage in 2025. He's trying to play catch up, but ultimately you cannot catch up at this stage of the season. Just looks at the top of the hand, and Martin, I think, money a little bit less in Austria. If he has, he mentioned, of course, that serial winner of sailing one of the last 2 or 3 years in the GT World Charity, not really used to being in those real intense and that midfield melees where it's just basically pass or beat task. We do a little bit duffed up, a little bit beats, nothing really that. So of course, when you are mid-pack as well, you can encounter some pretty severe issues with front tire pressure, front tire temperature, which was the cause, he said. I saw the crash at turn 7 in Austria. It was all okay, best possible wounds as far as Martin this kind of saying. I think he's going to sort of a little bit of the issue right now, which you saw Marco back second for the start of 2025. He was not a real up and run with Martin's race pace. That's the start early on this season. I think Marco back second in the factory at Priya. They've been 3 or 4 races, a bit of time to just figure out how to get the best out of a soft tyre on the RSGT. Woods has figured that out. He has been flying 3 podiums in the last 4. He hasn't fully quite lower than his face in the last 4 Grand Prix. I think Marty at the moment himself is just trying to explore the boundaries, find the limits on that sub tyre. When he goes to the race, there's no doubt about it. His race pace has been up there with the best. On the score in the sprint on Saturday in Austria, just how good away Martin was. Then he's tipped the point in the end from Johan Zarco, another lap that he would have taken last night at World Championship point, which perhaps led him to get a little bit ahead of himself in the Grand Prix itself 24 hours later. Although then with Marquez as we make our way through the left-hander in 14. This is now through the final chicane of turn 15, and so you remember just how much we might see, particularly not turn 3 on the final lap, and Sunday we have 7 American riders are firing into this particular sector of green. Final lap, fighting for the victory. Marquez is simply through that. He's currently in 7th place behind the current session leader, Fabio Richigamme, Antonio Ducanti. 1, 2, and save. His best winning streak in 11 years since he won the first 10 rounds. Great, yeah, 14. It really is back to his brilliant best, isn't he? Back on board there with Roy Martin, who is back on board. He hopes is a fully functioning by Harrier Prudia. That's done it for the remainder of this opening session, who began to just do 1 by 90. As we are back underway then here in Hungary, Martin and Henry. At the moment, with a 1 Sochi point 313. He has just mentioned the eventual limitations a couple of times this move debriefs yesterday. Patience to MotoGP riders, they're all in an hour and hour, isn't it? Funny is they never really put together in the same conversation. They want success. I'm not saying they want it yesterday. That's how hungry they are. So I don't think it's a bit too low. If R2 can figure out quickly that how to introduce a top-notch time attack, moving ready, we know he's pole position started 20 times in GT, front low started 30 full times. Once he figures out one in flying, either they want to watch on the RSGT. Let's head down to pit lane and joining Jack Appleyard, who told us only one of the session he was looking for Paolo Tabessio Yamaha. We can now tell you he's found it, Jan. Yeah, indeed. Great to be joined by Paolo after Bullet's frustrated weekends last night out. Being Spielberg, how would you summarize that weekend as a whole for the other half? Very negative one in the journey which is made upon by being the look. We didn't be very well. I don't want to be but even if they're cooking fit, I mean, the it was very difficult. It has ended up to be more difficult than expected, but too difficult we need to learn. Keep working, and it's very good to be already back on track. For its spectator last weekend, he said a decision hadn't been made regards the V4 next year. Does that he can almost make the decision so due for inline 4? I think it appears it's at the end of the flight cycle.
as you always said, the future will be far depend on how quick we can be in achieving the correct level, turning the project into a racer the development project. I think it's not the secret that yes, and they before questi è dopo in Misano, people, we're coming closer to the decision moment, yes.
Fabio, earlier in the season, you've spoken about his desire to win it now. How damaging is a weekend is like cost you when you've tried to convince Fabio to remain for the long term?
I think we made a decision together with Fabio a bit more than 1 year ago to sign for 2 years and 44 racing weekend. We have only 13 weekends into that. For sure, it become the moment and thought about its future, and our primary target would be to convince Fabio a better racing package. Well, the only team was Canada, the team now. 13 racing weekend, you know, for the third of power, one didn't reach the Touching 26 that Jack yesterday was quite vocal for Prey, but is run out of basements with the other half. I mean, what for you, what Prey? In jokes you don't. So what is the delay in going to Jack and telling him what his future is with Yamaha? I admit it was also running out of patience to this anyone with the same question. Jack knows very well. You know, I know, yeah, the continues open to the same. When you get ready to make it an answer, do it with us. He said he has opportunities, but he's going to look at those opportunities more intensely. If he doesn't get an answer this weekend, is the deadline this weekend to try and finalise your 2026 lineup in product? It is not that then when you on the big then who's bad into the nation. But I'd like to say that this is the relation we have with Jack.
Just finally, Diogo Moreira openly said that there was an offer on the table from Yamaha. It seems as though he's decided to opt a move to Honda. There was talk yesterday that Manu Gonzalez is now a potential candidate for Yamaha as well. It's that possible that we have two rookies in the satellite team next year at a vital moment in Yamaha's progression? As is very clear.
We have one seat available for next year. The plus and cons, the decision, showing the things that are different values in the different decision. We are just to take the part of one.
Malo, have a good weekend. Thanks to Yamaha boss Paolo de Bessian. Yes, it does exceed like what we know today. Jackman is patience about his delayed decisions and whether he will or won't be one of our GP for the next year of Surrey Hercule the Aussie. Just while the rides as you expect in this open practice session, signed in the limits, finding the optimal braking markers. We've seen one asked for both Miller and Seki, and the crash, like a crash at least with turn one. So thank you in no replay of the incident with the graphics during the 17 second example. So Champion in she books as our first official silver in the Grand Prix MotoGP here in Hungary. Simon Steed hitting the back, so one whistle phone keep on this thing and lucky no, yeah, okay. Clean dance already so far this morning through Simonson start. So Moto3 classes, Moto3, Moto2, MotoGP. We've seen Moto3 classes now driving down now. So one where all these MotoGP bikes, as you've already seen, you're swerving off around 250 kilometers an hour down to around 300 Ks, down to 55 as the Yamaha almost stacked Fabio Quartararo off at the same point that Frankie Morbidelli went down. Quartararo had just got up into 6th place, but Yamaha or Kimi was comfortable riding over sea. Yeah, Fabio Quartararo will just be glad that he doesn't have to go back to Austria without another gear. That it was low, so Fabio Quartararo 25 seconds. The foot pack. No dramas for the Frenchman. There at the moment finds himself in pink trunks and so now up to like 3-6 pace is plotting up, getting quicker as the track rubbers in and gets more grit as you'd expect. We're in the 38s now. Pedro Costa, Marquez and Luca Marini on the updated statue Honda. Of all sounds, 39's a bunch of riders now. We're in the 39. We're in past G, German Antonio.
set the early place before we had the red flag. Willie Raul Fernandez, Blella, Minalpa to 6, Martus, Alex Marquez, Potter, Boss Barger at number of reality, third place, McGee Tottenham. Inte much from now, men jag är så mannen och and haven't themed at the moment on the 140, where he's put into the land, so he's been as busy as anyone out on the racetrack of the world, but not been a particularly competitive start to the Hungarian Grand Prix weekend for Pedro Costa as we now follow teammate Marquez. Of course, Bagnaia so often has his own strategy and chooses to operate a single set of tyres on a Saturday morning. None of that strategy to choose some more given the unique demands of a first time T3 circuit. We'll have to wait and see. While Marquez is about to steal control of this FT1 session, number 93 bang on the money here as he ticks through sector 3. He's up by an headed car to second in the groove. Early on, he's so adept, isn't he? Adjusting to new circuits. Of course, he said it was going to be a big benefit, certainly on the opening day, having come in on Ducati's brilliant Panigale deduction bike. Count that Ducati was sitting with you, engage the rear radar device, out to turn 17, over the line, each of you obliges, pull on 38.239 mark. The fastest now by number chart the septum, the next lap from the 93, and separated me yesterday that he thought over the course of that day of testing that the Ducati riders did on street bikes, that Tiger at the ultimate day he was second clear. All see some of Ducati riders that they all very much closed in, and Moto2 is still ahead of him by the end of the day, so expect that to close up. Thomas Spargaro on the KTM goes into second place, just behind Sekiyu here has taken third. Thomas Spargaro of course with his prime on a Jimmy Tourist goes Darden on a Honda, Pateo by up to on the 30th, was 27 still busy shooting the Hall of Hay Martin. Paul's mentioned on the KTM, but Christoph Fernandez was here on Door Day Yamaha as well, and the Kenny Terra of course doing the testing duties on the Ducati. Different ball game Talsep this weekend when those test riders came back to BALATON Club. They were in the midst of a Hungarian heat wave and the temperature was not far shy of a baking 40 degrees. I was saying track temperature was around 60 degrees. And up Kundluk certainly throughout this Grand Prix weekend, which is a game changer in terms of the grip which will be on our sun. Only initial reports are that this Peloton Park circuit really table smooth and upping up a lot of grim. We'll see just how the lap timers do evolve throughout the course of the weekend. There was a fair variety of alternatively through the structure packed this Friday here today, but that has dissipated. It looks like we're going to get another cloudy, a windy day here close to the spectacular Lake Balaton, which is, as mentioned, one of Europe's, Central Europe's biggest lakes, 250 kilometers all the way around it apparently, and 9 kilometers wide. That's its widest point, and North Sport Lovers Paradise, Hotel Savoy on Lake Balaton students. Surfers, sailors, they enjoying their time out on the lake. Not enjoying his first touch from Balaton Club Circle Express. There was Roy Martin after he had a spectacular technical issue on the factory. Brilliant is probably negotiating the tricky turn 12 on that occasion. You know what, a bike that stocks well, aren't you, with some of those first and second gear chicanes that interrupting the one. You've got me having stopped sooner at turn 1, might now be hurt in turn 5 as well. And Tekla Bagnaia, of course, Spunker having his issues stopping the bike, also the bike wasn't particularly accelerating too well. Great combination also for Bagnaia, stopping the bike and also managing the rear tyre on the way out of quarters. Big issues, and if you've got those kind of issues, they're going to show here too. Bagnaia currently still in the pits now, 20 to add about 21. Yeah, at the back of the field is Brad Binder in 21st place. X3 bus have a Chiral. Is this his last year at the helm of the H-based team? A real storm with the course of the Grand Prix, paddock across all classes for so many years. So maybe we'll chat with Valentine Friday, who's certainly catching the eye on board with Step 3. KTM in Moto3 right now. There has been all kinds of hot gossip, big speculation of where big Tom Chiral behind the scenes is in the final throes of completing a potential takeover deal by Sorbash as Formula 1 bus good to start. That we're even not going away. But what we done is gone down for a second time in this session. First time we saw him go down at turn 1. He's in the 4th sector now, so potentially going into turn 15. Obviously, Frankie Mohammedani go down. Let's take a look. This is the right-hander. Oh,
turn 15. Yeah, the first crash he had over the session was at turn 1. The second one, he's now gone down for a second time. Yeah, welcome to BALATON Park, Frank Duke. It is indeed certainly not the opening session that he was looking for here today. The airbag has gone off as he now sorts of breaks into a bit of a jog, taking himself back to pit lane. Turns 1 and turns 16 clearly seems to be a starting issue with the hard braking zone on this now. From Frank Pete, because turn 1 and 15, two of the most vicious braking zones around this BALATON Park circuit. So Pedro Costa at the moment is down at 20th place to the 140.369 and 15 laps so far this morning, but not even than 2 seconds of his teammate Mark. And James got some observations. Check that to you. Yeah, David obviously did say when we spoke to him earlier that he was going to be trying some radical things this morning, and that's definitely the case. The only technician down in the number 63 Safety box has been busy this morning, currently swapping the front fork springs on the number 63 as he just try and find any kind of answers, any kind of solution to that front field problem that he's been suffering for throughout the entirety of the season so far. So I don't think Bagnaia will be too concerned, given the fact that they are testing some very radical things and trying to find some kind of direction with this GP22 park to try getting back up to his best. In that take line there, Bagnaia, and they will be the remainder of the season. You almost still have these final 9 Grand Prix, or almost 9 test sessions really, as far as Bagnaia is concerned, with one eye on a bit of a recovery in 2026, because he's long kissed goodbye to any hopes of winning back the MotoGP World Championship. On the given, he's going to hang on to third actually overall, because Marco Bezzecchi's that recent burst of impressive form has 3 podiums in the last 4 Grand Prix. He really has emerged, hasn't he, as kind of the lead threat non-Ducati-wise to Marquez's domination. But there's less than 50 toys there covering Bagnaia and his trash-talking buddy in the VR46 Academy Bezzecchi. It's not a given for the all of them saying on the 3rd place. Yeah, I've been there. Bagnaia's kind of here as a rider who's used to winning world championships. Just how much to fulfill in the world championships he really floats his bumps, but it's the motivation finishing below his big friend Marco Bezzecchi might just spur him on in the latter stage of this season, because if he does finish behind, he'll hear about it all winter until we get to Pergamum next year. Florence is bank there as well. There's a few good little ones. So the bonuses between 3rd and 4th place in the world champ. He just Escanea past Gianni when he got dumped out at the top for late on last year. It cost him a 32 euros for now. Yeah. It was just a rider that's like his confidence is just shook down. He's almost now starting to doubt himself. This is a rider, let's not forget, who last year won 11 of our Frankton Grand Prix. He's came so close to winning a 3rd successive MotoGP World Championship. The 28-year-old right now just looks a shadow. That was so utterly brilliant throughout 2022, 23 and 24. But he sounded an unlikely ally, this might be in some respects, this weekend from his teammate Marquez, who said yesterday to our Spanish broadcast colleagues at the zone that Pedro Costa hasn't just become a bad rider overnight. You don't forget the very best of the last 5 years, so he surely feel that he can combine that on video again. But I got the motivation of finishing below his Christopher and Marco Bezzecchi might just spur him on in the latter stage of this season, because if he does finish behind him, he'll hear about it all winter until we get to Pergamum next year. Punch is banned now as well. There's a few good thing in all ones. And so the bonus is between 3rd and 4th place in the World Champ. He just asked Escanea past Gianni when he got dumped out of the top going late on last year. I mean, it cost him a
But I say around the start to enjoy the race that forward now, yeah. Hang on, he's just a rider that's like his confidence. It just, I should tell you, he's almost now starting to doubt himself. You know, this is year. What a legend about Frenton Grand Prix. Grandson so close. That's a winning a third success. But I guess the motivation of finishing below his Fishburne mark of Septi might just spur him on in the latter stage of this season. Because if he does finish fine, he'll hear about all winter until next year. There's a few with the finger ones. And so the bonus is between his third and fourth place in the World Champ. He just asked Ganea past Giannini when he got dumped out of the top away late on last year. You know, cost him a third race for an yeah. Hang on, it's just like his confidence. Is almost now starting to doubt himself. You know, this is a rider, let's not forget, last year, what 11 about Frenton Grand Prix. So that's winning at the third MOTOGP World Championship. 20 right now, it just looks at a shadow of the rider that was so utterly brilliant throughout 2022, 23 and 24. But he's had an unlikely ally, so might be in some respects, this weekend from his teammate, Marquez, who said yesterday to our Spanish broadcast colleagues at the zone that Pecco Bagnaia hasn't just become a bad rider overnight. You don't forget how huge you are. Pecco Bagnaia has been one of the very best over the last 5 years, so we feel that he can find that feeling again. His next year, and France is back down as well. There's a few good things and so the bonus is between third and fourth place in the World Champ. He just asked Ganea past Giannini when he got dumped out of the top going like on last year. You know, cost him a third around the Euros for Ganea. Yeah, it was just a rider that's
on the back of these stalls. Had a big crash though, didn't it? In show 1, actually 2, yes, that was a nasty old high side for the 20-year-old Japanese runners. I stopped the rush in the Red Bull Ring last time. Out 6 in Austria was his first point in 4 since the Italian Grand Prix in Mugello. Front row then saw this Moto3 battle here in Hungary. I got the Garras, our most recent winner, a 3-time winner already in 2025, because in 3rd place on the grid. Front row once again for the impressive, vastly improved Valentin Tironi. It really has found top form of late, has Tironi. But he's the big pre-race favourite. He's the new superstar of the Moto3 World Championship in many respects, isn't he? The rookie Max Piles has been quality all weekend so far, and he finds a way from pole here at the BALATON Park Circuit. For the first time in 33 years, time to go racing on a Sunday in Hungary. Max Piles starts his second career pole ahead of Valentin Tironi and Angel Teixeira, starting for back-to-back wins to ignite his World Championship Challenge. BALATON, he lines up board that Vincent David Munoz with Richigamme during the day monkey starts on the front 2 rows in 6th. Chico Prost in 7th from Championship leader Jose Antonio Reyna. Pete on the grid for the second Sunday in a row. Jules Fernandez completes row 3. Almatza, Foggia, Parasato on the 3rd row ahead of Pico Granados and Joel Kelso. And of course, replacing that 5th row with Marcus Oriarte's absence up to Yamaha resting and October next start. Juan Di Canado celebrating his 19th birthday. It's the day. He starts 19th anniversary with Leonardo Shea. I'll be at the time. I know it be another upper return and step it on jump and take it down to 20 feet with Marcus Oriarte from 2 to the back of the grid after snow riding contracted. First time then since 19 going to 2, we got a warm-up underway here in the Grand Prix of Hungary. 20 laps coming your way, and what's the turning had to be the Moto3 World Championship, which right now is firmly in the hands of Jose Antonio Rueda. Last weekend in Austria was our 1000th semi-class Grand Prix. Today the 250th Moto3 battle since it all began back in Qatar in 2012. Of course, there's still a relative journey into the unknown around Hungary. The rides are being on a dry track Friday and Saturday with this. Their first chance to really attack and go for it in race mode at this BALATON Park Circuit. So that's going to travel a few question marks about the Pirelli tyre choice, isn't it? I believe it's a bit of a mixed bag. Every single combination of medium, soft, medium, etc. is on the grid. Some of the riders at the front, 5 in the top 6 on the grid, have gone for the medium front, soft rear combination, except Valentin Tironi second on the grid. Medium front and rear. We thought the Leopard under Adrian Fernandez, who's got stuff for medium rear, but depending on buttons, so right behind him has got medium front and rear, so it's a bit of a mixed bag. Also, it's all been about learning and gathering data and knowledge for the Moto3 riders throughout this weekend. Piles then coming to a pole position, holding second time in his Grand Prix career. Thumb top position in just his second ever Grand Prix starts at the mark. He was on the podium for the first time. It was his 3rd at a Grand Prix. It really is 1-2 watch holding future. Those Piles. You'll be wary though, there were a couple of crashes yesterday morning, which would have just dented that confidence a little bit. Still able to find that 146.060, which just about snatched pole position. Tironi was very close to making it back-to-back poles, wasn't he, yesterday? The Red Bull KTM Tech 3. Tironi's on a great one as well. It's in Richigamme amid a row. Which Simpson Terrace. Really strong as the 17-year-old Argentinian does history back in. Now for him here today, there's never been an Argentinian rider win a lightweight world championship race. It's 20 years, a little bit more now. It was in Sebastian towards the 250cc battle Lassen all the way back in 2005. It all further back. And Matt, by that last time we had Grand Prix action. Matt Hig in Hungary, the fans are on their feet. They're full of expectation. They're full of anticipation, just as we have with the green flag then. They're cleared at the back. That historic race day here in Hungary about to get underway. Flight Salmon racing about take 3 here. Main part, such a correct start before this one Max Piles. Likewise on 3rd place on the grid for the 36 bike up to Carabas. He's going the wrong way. Can't take shots, going a long way around the outside of the Carabas into that first mode. That's going to be worked out. rolling down to the wide line. There was the car there, but his trailers had it like there. Untimed between Milligos and the KRS. Yeah, away out, spend a couple of places out there. I think he's in 6th place at the moment. The rider had a shocker off the line was Guido Tini. He's the rider to drop backwards. Looked like Woolston's getting ruined through some regressing up the inside. How about another rider going through Chaff? I think Wilson from 7th, only going from 50. As indeed, excellent start for the Aussie. Continue stay into the might have a little boot there for Buns and Brody. Remind up medium. It's on. He's late by. After Tini recovery, he's going back for Rueda. So Rueda, he made some initial progress. Looks like he's back where he started again. Yeah, there he does go back through on Ross. No takes into turn 5. And so that being just trying to recover up. A bit of a lost ground after it was his front tire. The Carlos is rear tire going through. So down some up to 2 places. He's hit some ground. He's up to 12th place. Adrian Fernandez. He has gone backwards off mine. 9th down to 13th place, not getting much change out of the ray again. Out of it, left we go. Then an attack now on the bounce into the second of the Richigamme. Now here in BALATON. Into 12. I'm sorry to go. This real tight complex and left. And then right. Giles it is that leaves. From Throny in second place. Just as you were now in terms of your front row. Giles, Parodi versus Tukeras. And it's the peak. He's trying to post time. Woman stood. And it's Royd 8 on Mansat Foggia completes the top 10 into the final chicane net of 15 and 16, and this left-hander of 17 is in all going to come down to this bid 19 match time. We complete the first match at 20, and the ball up Toroni very much staying with T-Mess. Judas Evans on a perfect first after he leads over the line by 10.5. Bunya trying to take up some slipstream on that short run down into the first corner, not plunging up to that attack part. They should learn up from sub to 6. Want that Arctic upgrade to darting towards the inside line now, going through turn 2 was Meridios. Inside like that, the Brody, he was sitting in the spot, not enough to put the inside of Chile, so that spot didn't alter up. Plus the backstreet now where Jack told us we've got something of a headwind here, and that might play into the hands of a 73. But Richigamme attacked him on the Tony, but it's just a third time last by that Spielberg. Big down in 16th place. 2 weekends so far for Yamanaka. Up 1 chase to 17 on that point. Big lap to Darasted now. Just trying to make sure he does black Giles and Tarodi break away up the front. It's clear daylight here, isn't it? Between Giles and Tarodi. Last spot said they believe they found the Giles up the potential to play the field early. He's certainly getting his head down and trying. Carrots is trying to chip away at that down through the second center. He's able to contend back onto the top 2. But Giles, despite being so young and inexperienced, he's clicked 10 minutes already at leading Plan 3. I would think I was out on your way. It's not that much to the machine. She comes first out of opposite Riyadh, and he dumped to the back of the grid. So slow on Warren and on this weekend. He picked up 6 spots already into the Riyadh, from the 26 into 22 place. So he was ultra aggressive on that first. That Hobart tongue, Riyadh out to be was sure inside Q in balance off. But looked at here in the top left corner of your 3. This is with plus. It's busy and cross right into the back there to care. I suppose they would make contact later on.
Some place early on near Ingos. But I put him on top of position yesterday. 46.30. That is 300 faster than Giles is all time. So it's poorly storing early speed here in BALATON. In fact, Giles, Dequeras, Munoz, all 3 of them close together, set fastest lap to the Grand Prix. But that is a lecturing one. Dynamite early pace from Munoz. Giles set a new all-time lap record on Saturday morning of a 45.8, but that was not quite pole position. As Giles now upshoots. We're looking for a way to try to come to on Monster, but it looks like Giles must meet that. The obvious shot turn 5, and Parodi does move through. Such an easy mistake. That's a mate. You have to be a millimetre perfect. Upside on the front end, otherwise you're going to go charging in for 3. He's immediate though, dropped the lead back. That was a short-lived experience for Parodi at the front of this battle. He did lead for 1 lap last time out in Spielberg with Parodi. First time he's ever led a Grand Prix. He led that one for about, 50 yards? That said, he has done Noah's dream. Keras and Munoz right onto the tail of his top 2 now. Any hope of this top 2 pulling away early has now been very much quashed with that mistake from Giles. Lead to turn 5. Paid it difficultly voluntarily, otherwise he would have stayed live. He was keen to immediately get back to the front of the field again. Rueda working his way forward, the world champion leader. He has taken 7th place away at from Ronston. And so he's starting to now get his paws into cleaning the rookie directly ahead of him. Forsato's got himself up into the top 10 for the first time in its Grand Prix. He's picked up Podium. Actually, Brody out of the Riders Business Group would be more than happy just to sit on the rear tyre of Keyless if they can. To remind you of the riders line in front of the race, Perody's on the immediate rear tyre, everyone else is on the soft. So Perody's going to be banking on some grip advantages in the latter stage of his race, which suck the acceleration zones out of chicanes as the top two does side by side again. Fastest rider in the league group is T. Hinchus and filling in a 1:46.099. That's about half a second faster than your race leader. Keyless in turn, that is dragging her away. They're also along with the Italia. You'll see them now, the 94 and the 99 bikes. So that's the little Carte's gone back, hasn't he? Carte's out behind Pierre Genestat, who's 6 ways. Keyless on that inside line. Keyless might have gone a little bit wide to tell on at the start of this lap, which took Carodi up alongside him because Keyless was defending into turn 2. But we've got a leading group of 8 at the front of this race with Brewster just tagging on. Adrian Fernandez on the first and leotard holders is nearly 2 seconds further back. Your Sassnugly, he's got through the second place. And through on Peroni he goes. Down into turns 9 and 10. That was a brilliant move by Munoz. And they go now through 11. Tini, I just mentioned him. House fat. Well, he's the fattest rider in this league group. This ain't of the 83 of Carte. Now he really is charging up towards this pony backlist Tini. That's how he did Ben. So the intact riders, second and bit now. And I think many looked at this tram round. Mulcahy and Bob Friday and said, this looks like a bit of Navi Munoz this one. It's a scratters kind of circuit this one. And Navi Munoz is perhaps the biggest scrapper in Moto3. Nationwide Championship potentially another 4-point swing going back in favour of Takeras at the top of the championship. Of course, at the moment, the top two in this Grand Prix, Keyless and Munoz, they're exactly 100 points coming into this short-term 50th balance free race trick. Barber Rueda. And so that we move on to lap 5 of 20. It's Keyless, Munoz, Brody are your top 3. Takeras, TD Carte is your top 6. Rueda's really starting to find some speed now. And our successive laps where the World Champs leader has found his best laps to go on here. 1:46.348. Once again, the quickest of the top grid is Speedy, as we've lost Eddie O'Shea in early race retirement. There, he's been told to retire. He's had a black and orange flag somewhere, so he's had some smoke coming out of his bike or some bodywork hanging off. But I think he might be the former of those two. So Eddie O'Shea, our first retirement. And so there's a clear detachment here, a clear break. That's Rueda now goes on the inside of Carpe. That's on the brakes into turn 5. So Carpe's just struggling for pace in this sort of early juncture. And because now he's been ticked off the 6th place, there's a gap there now back between the top 8 and Adrian Fernandez on the 31 by the Leopard. So on there, held on to 7 seconds. Fernandez a drift of Ralston. So he looks like at the podium fights between 8. Keras is through on Peroni then for 3rd up the inside into third, number 9. So the 36 back into 3rd place. That would eke him out an extra 3 out to Fernandez. Over away down in the way up to gain 1 by passing Carpe. So it's to the throwing, chopping and changing. In terms of a points advantage, Takeras needs to gain every little last point he can if it's to keep this championship going to Valencia in November. We know how Takeras loves to get his business done late on. 3 wins so far this year, but he's only led Chateau laps all season. That just gives indication of how strong he comes on late in these Grand Prix. Through 17 we go then. This will be the end of lap 6 of 20. Over the line we go. It's on your rider completing Keyless into the 45s. So too are Munoz. The Keras Tini's able to go into the 49s as well. Well, that's some hot pace. That feels like a statement. That could begin early from Keyless. 45.763. Quarter stepping clear of Munoz over the line. That is the fastest lap of the entire Moto3 weekend. Or the so far quicker than Keyless went up Saturday morning, which was the all-time lap record around here on a Moto3 bike. But it isn't shaking everyone else up just yet. 28 continues to 64. They're just looking at that gap there now between sort of Rueda and Carte. Already crept up to a quarter of a second after Rueda got through. So and this replicates my teammate on that previous lap. Only all over the rear tyre. And led the Keras trotting up slow mice on the rear tyre of the Keras as they went through turn 10. Lost Keras then, he's already done one of these, second lap in a row into the 9-10 chicane. Clearly the Keras' favourite passing point. He's now back on the tail, Keyless in second again. Keras up in 6 second close. Oh, he got careful. There was just a little bit of a bubble there as he was aggressive on the left-hander. going through 11. Rueda struggling to go with this group, and the gap opening up behind Tini in fifth. You can't see Rueda at the moment. You'll see him just come into view there. The pace has been pretty driven by Chiles into the 45s. It looks like it's too fast to pace a moment for the Red Bull KTM IoT or Butarina. Chafe getting detached. This is the biggest lead that Chiles has had as well. As we come through 15 at 16, 3 tenths of a second, he built the lead up. I love the KRS going through that third sector. He's trying to get on with work here as the key lads. They've got great drivers all coming out of 17. And on that previous lap, KRS was still 3 tenths of a second fast, driving all sides to negotiate his way through. Armenia said there's nothing wrong with the rhythm of the KRS right now. You've got 3 riders down in the final chicane somewhere. Ogden, the Yamanaka and the Riarte were all dropping down the leaderboards on the left-hand side of your screen when they go. Yeah, Ogden has crashed out. Billy with Yamanaka, they were running in the tail end of the points. They were 16th and 17th. This Lee Green to make this word this time to break up there. There we go, Lee Green to 5 now. Keyless to KRS, Munoz Brody at Tini. Then there's Nigga second back up to Rueda. He has just fired in his best after the Grand Prix, a 146.1, which is totally in pace, but he just having lost crucial ground or too much already. He's got to buckle up, have a second back to Ralston. I tell you who is struggling is Carte. And Carte's back in the 47 very early on in this Grand Prix. We saw Carte on the fringes of the top 3 right at the start of this Grand Prix. He's now been picked up by Ralston and he's suffering in 8th. Yeah, he's in danger of reversing back towards the group being led by Adrian Fernandez. We've got the 2 Hondas, 2 leading Hondas. Fernandez from Sato, 9th and 10th, both setting personal best. Of course, they came, or said Sato did in the end, from a long way back to join the leading group. We last year a week ago. I think it would take something even more impressive to get into the leading battle this time. Ogden has rebounded on the CIP. Green Power has seen, oh yeah, he goes down. As the Huriarte and Yamanaka both go off into the gravel to avoid the debris. That is so easily done in the middle of these tight, twisty chicanes. Top job by both the Huriarte and the Yamanaka. Cap might reflex this there as once again. That Chiles is so good in this final sector. Down at the Ivy on the green there, a little bit on the outside of turn 17 we go. Then as Kigeles about leads by half a second. Nothing retreat. Chiles and Toroni's lap times 146.2. But it's that 4th sector where Chiles is really cashing in. Yes, because the group behind him have been carving each other up. Munoz took the chair as into the 3rd sector, and then Parody tasked both of them in the 4th sector of the lap, which has enabled by a gap to balloon out behind Chiles. These 4 riders that are chasing him, beats just Colin and Trucy, and if they're not careful, Chiles is going to have the front of the race all to itself. 4 or 5 laps in succession now. Rueda as Tini goes really wide on the exit of 4th. Rueda another fastest lap of the Grand Prix for him at 146.092. I'll secure top 6. That Rueda about the quickest by some distance, 1/4 second faster than both Chiles and Parodi, 6 tenths quicker than Bequeras and Munoz. Yeah, potential moments these with the gap at half a second. We know how good Bequeras is. It's through those rights, isn't it? It's through the fast rights of 7 and 8. He was already on one side. He was right around the outside there. Ferroni, he was. Bequeras back into second place. He is so good to the patch right handers of 7 and 8, and that's bringing him right back into the fray again. Stop to make sure that they don't keep bumping and barging each other around here, just to give Chiles an easy run, a free run at the front of this Grand Prix. Just keeping a close eye over a weight of the gap between him and Tini, who's in 5th place. There is Tini on the number 94 bike as they charge now through towards 15 and 16, through the high speed at turn 14 now. That'll all be Top Gear on a Moto3 bike. Chiles once again, how good is he? Through that final chicane, 15, 16 and hard left he goes through 17. Perhaps a handful of throttle on that Aspar KTM, and everybody comes. Here Chiles still keeping himself in the 45s. Only rider out on circuit right now in the 45s is Chiles. And now he's trying to break away here of the 7 tenths clear of Bequeras. The Rueda just about hanging on in the back of the picture. To 6th, I guess he'll be saying, yeah, Max, you're more than welcome to go and take the 25 points as long as you stop and help Bequeras from storing them behind that career. Brolston's doing 47s. Carpe pretty much in the 47s itself. Fernandez and Purasato have now pulled that tear out of 4 we go. Another half break, so another opportunity maybe to attack for both Munoz and Parodi of Bequeras. Munoz is going to go for it. He's got the inside line through on the 73 up Parodi, hard in the braking zone for turn 5. So Munoz back into P3. And this is the stage of the lap, but Bequeras is so strong. Look at the gap, it's already opening up behind Bequeras, back to Munoz and Parodi, and it looks like Takeras is closing this down up to Quiles partway through this lap. Gets down to 4/10 of a second. He's taken 3/10 off Quiles already halfway through this lap. Yeah, we're brilliant at this upright Takeras as they now go through turn 11. Yeah, the old upswing, there was scoring acceleration that a dart towards turns 12 and 13. And here was Parodi. Been in this victory battle right from the get-go. He briefly led, didn't he, when there was a mistake early on that by Quiles. Aside from that, Quiles has been doing all of the front running, all the leg work at the front of this Grand Prix. The Tour d'Italy Atman team gets even worse. The Nabo Cruzzo has a long lap penalty. Generally, what we've seen already this weekend, if you get on that penalty here, it's due to a shortcut. He's gone across the chicane at turn 10. Well, what was a 7/10 lead at the start of the last lap at 4 Quiles over Takeras, and he's going to shrink considerably. But yeah, Takeras found half a second. Personal best lap from Takeras, a 1:45.825. Bettered by Munoz, who shows Takeras his front wheel on the brakes into the first corner. Brilliant lap that by Munoz, a 1:45.7. Quiles back himself into those low 1:46s. Now that's not a slow or a sluggish pace. It's just that Takeras of Munoz directly behind him at the ante. So that's the best lap 2 from Rueda in 6th. He's hoping, like last weekend, that the race comes to him in the latter stages. 1.60, babe, and he was a quarter of a second quicker than Quiles last time around. Parodi's now attacking Munoz into time 5. He's going to elbow him aside, and the rookie back onto the podium again. It's fair play. That was Rony making a Munoz move on Munoz. Finally, they were locking elbows on that braking zone. There's a pretty intense fight waging further down for 7. Ralston versus Carpe versus Fernandez versus Forasate. Those two are, or those 4 rather, are covered by less than half a second. Interesting into this turn 11 as Quiles goes wide. We think there's a tighter inside line into turn 11. Perhaps because he's wider out of turn 10, there might be a bit of a trump card for him on the final lap. There's not going to be much way through. Needs that corner, rinse that final sector. Turns 16 and 15 and 16, the chicane could be where this is all decided if it goes down to the final lap. And that's to be the next lap 10 for Apple. Adrian Fernandez, who seems ticked off by CarPlay and now Ralston. So Fernandez has got himself to the head. He'll have that big second going at the front. Quiles, the Kerma, was in all. That's another big mistake by Quiles. Just look how much time that has cost him. Not just time, but positions. Going into 15 and 16. Sector 4 has been so red hot in this Grand Prix. That was a massive mistake by Quiles. He drops into a 1:47.1. He lost a second compared to Friday with that big error. Immediately fights back on the inside of Berrios though. And to what Williams back in 4th place. Is he going to be back in 4th place? Brian that could be even 5th as Munoz finds back. Going through to it, it's Pini has got the inside line now. I'm getting a thing on each other going through 3. This has been a horrible end to lap 10. The start of lap 11 for Quiles. While that was all happening, Parodi took the Takeras to regain the lead again. Lead to turn 1. Takeras has a good low up at the big screen. The problem Quiles had buried to the chicane is he had to try and make the corner to be shortcutting it. He had to lose a second. It had to cost him even more time. So he had to try and get around the corner. It cost him 3 places. You see just the back of your picture there, Fernandez has got through into 7th place, getting worse for Carpe and Ralston, because they've now been ticked off by Forsato. Plus, if Quiles had gone straight to the chicane there, he'd have to drop 1 second. That would have actually put him right at the back of this entire group, behind Pini, and potentially behind Rueda too. So you have no option there but to try and make the chicane. Yeah, they were charging in hard to make an instant move back on Munoz, which set him on the wider, slower line on the entry then. Back to turn 2, which will have Munoz and sweeps right down this line room. Whoa, Pini, feet on the pop brakes. He had his heart in his mouth there, didn't he? In that braking zone down through 9 and 10. Now it hurt. He climbs. He was all abs and legs there. What's he trying to get the bike stopped? He just about got it stopped. It was nearly Max Quiles' asphalt came to him that stopped it because he's nearly ran straight to the back of him and Rueda looking better for last ton. He can pick up Anu's Grand Prix. He's no one happy to step away that fit lane. So we've talked about how small mistakes are big and this big time here at BALATON target. Over the stair. Exhibit A is Guido Pini. There comes over the line at 1:47.9. He lost well over a second with that big Maravi going into the second chicane. Rueda says thank you very much. And now Jose Antonio Rueda is just starting to coast. That back to Niles, this victory battle did not. And this Scarborough wide, we know how good he is on more than rubber. Is this Grand Prix just starting to swing towards Caroni though? Remember, he's on the medium rear tyre. Everyone else is leading good to Yorkie out on the sub-rear tyre. Caroni's kept his powder quite dry so far. Is he now going to make a decisive break? Second time then English race he has led. Second time over the line he's led in his Grand Prix career. And everything is out course for history. An Argentinian rider has ever won a lightweight world championship battle 20 years ago. That's since Sebastian Torto's victory in 250s in our Cernus Bucaras, just showing his front wheel into 9 and 10. It's that run against your 8 that Bucaras gets. It winds down a pretty decent advantage. It was almost right alongside Peroni by the time he got into turn 9, but Derek holds the lead. So on now, Kimes has retreated to a certain extent. He's still sitting there in first place. Rueda, half a second back. The old moves that Rueda really has made so far have been mistakes that have had needed decisions. He hasn't maybe been able to go on the attack so far. Further back, Igor Carrara's taken 14 from Chaseo Demon. And Gorman at the moment on course from what will be his first world championship. Point scoring finish replacing Luke Ornetta. Sixth in Dex, Bod Repulsive, less next than wide. So far by Gormley's now big gap back to Cormac Ducan actually in 16th spot. Believe Quartet then. Power out of the final corner. It's Tairoli on the power, looking superb at the moment of the fullest Grand Prix. 146.7 is matched by De Keras. Nothing between Tairoli's lap chase to Keras and Mirios. Well, it's the faster of that top thermal. It is that Giles. But the rider has got the real good pit speed by now is Rueda, 46.2. Half a second quicker, and Taragi de Caos Mirios. Guido's right back in the game. Is this race starting to come to the World Championship leader? We have to see the top half through much of this weekend, but we might be seeing plenty of him in the final 8 laps of the squad. Areas of the 99 now up behind Quiles. Did Quiles perhaps push his tyres a little bit too hard as he was leading in those own stages? Munoz twin up the Keras, that's for second place. It's fair to say now for the big mistake. A couple of laps ago that Guido Tini's slipping out of contention outside his first World Championship podium. And powering out through back turn 8. Trotting down the brakes, trotting down the gearbox into 9 and 10. And Corona, this is the longest he's been in the front at World Championship level. And this is uncharted territory as far as Baroni's concerned at the front. Uncharted territory, of course, the entire field. But we never completed our race here at Balaton Park. And lost traffic chatted, unfortunately. We've lost out of contention. He was running in 16th place, unfortunately. Buchanan has ticked off at the Dolly Motorsport KTM. More than probably what he should have done in his rookie season. He has down at turn 5, but was being had as Keyless simply the bridge behind him. I think he cares about who's in front of him. At the moment, all the Rueda is looking at an increasing threat in this drawn through. Let's see what kind of lap times they're doing. Remember, they were doing high 45s early on in this Grand Prix. Last time around, they were doing high 46s. 70s very proudly cost like 146.8. And once again, fastest rider on the top 5 was Rueda. Yeah, the pace is slacking off here as the tyres are starting to get worn and have used. I couldn't see that long ago where we were sort of in the high 145s in this Grand Prix. It is then Parodi through 3 and still on he goes. And one shift challenger is still Munoz, well set for his 5th successive podium 3. It's one of the first performances been for Munoz to get himself into top 3 contention in the World Championship. Taylor now out of Thorn. On the brakes we go into turn 5. On board with Rueda, not poised enough to attack killers on this occasion. See Petey just in the background. He needs to be a little bit careful, but he doesn't reverse back. He wants they've had to beat Fernandez, who's doing 46 poles. He's actually the fastest rider on track now. Fernandez with a Leopard Honda. It's 7. Reminding he's another rider on the immediate rear tyre, and he's taking the half-second lap out of Petey. Little battle further back between O'Gorman and Carraro. Ahead of hands of the Irish rider. Keyless now through. Up into 3rd place after the big moves on De Keras. That was going through 9 and 10. That was lovely. Really, really nice work that by Keyless. So, 6.5 laps to go here in Hungary. Keyless back into the podium spots. Still got plenty of time to rectify this as Keyless after his mistake, which did cost Haynes gone on once again. Second time we saw him. No, hit the apex of the chicane to turns 12 and 13. He went straight across the gravel trap. And now he has to make sure if he loses a second at eyes, he'll be heading to the 1 lap penalty loop. There's been a massive all to chaos. That's running to running out there, wasn't he? going into the chicane into 15 and 16. Just about got the KTM stops. He's wide there on the green coming out of that final corner's wave to Geras, so he's got to be wary of track limits as well. Late on his Grand Prix. Pironi now back down to a mid 146. So too is Munoz. Chiles though, Wooding's half a second faster than De Queiroz on that last lap. That shows you why he was able to get through on his fellow Spaniards. De Queiroz again has a twitch going through three. And Big T might be in trouble with a penalty for that because he did do a 47.6. He was second slower of the leaders, but he was doing those kind of lap times anyway. And before he served that penalty, so Pini might soon find himself back in that group of Bon Fernandez and Carpe. Arte, curiously, has to set his personal best lap of the race, spiking back in 8th. He disappeared from this league group rather rapidly, didn't he? Carpe at one stage, gross. In the mind of the only rider ahead of on circuit who was quicker on that last lap was Keyless. Of course, he started from top position. There is Pironi, he looks just so cool, so calm, doesn't he? So collected, he slides the rear of the KTM. Pini indeed does have a long lap penalty. It was a great spot by Lewis, so Pini will have to come through the long lap penalty loop. So 2 or 3 laps ago, we thought Pini was in with a great job of the podium, but it is all unravelled. Big star for the Italian. The penalty that Pini's got is for exceeding track limits. It's not for a shortcut, so he made a couple of it back entirely relevant now. I think he's crash tried to serve the long lap. Yeah, that's on the outside, the long lap at 11. So just when you thought your day couldn't go from bad to worse anymore, it did, as far as Pini is concerned. At the front from Pini, we go to Pironi, your race leader. And making his way through turns 15 and 16. The left-hander of 70 now. Before he gets on the power and charges towards the start-finish line. With Sigay Pironi leads. He's a couple of takes clear. Munoz, Keeler's there, still in 3rd spot. He's only one of 5, isn't it, for the win here? The first Hungarian win. That's since 1992. Pironi, Munoz, Keyless, Becerras and Rueda. Rueda's been locked in that big place for quite some time now. He's been unable to make any further progress. Is he just keeping supplied the naturally rubber? That's on a later time. Because all the Aspar team manager did tell Jack on the grid that Piers is going to try and do his takes and then see where we're at with the final 5 laps. Well, he's at his 3rd place, looking to try and turn that now into 2nd at the inside of David Munoz. 2 riders who love to go have the attack, but Keyless has managed to secure that board and Munoz is unable to fight back. Nice move that by Keyless, not an easy move to make at the end of the back straight going into turn 5. And further back, Adrian Fernandez with Pini's exit has gone up into the top 6. Carpe 7 for Sato, 8. Max is in 9th place. But Joel Kelso, after a pretty tough weekend here at Hungary, starting 14th, has now brought himself up inside the top 10. Fernandez then now at the front and back chase group ahead of Carpe and Furusato. Then we've got Almanza, as mentioned, in 9th place there. They're not going to get anyone in this group there. 4.5 seconds restricted. It's over the 5-way battle. Pironi and Keyless, coaching rookies who've been pressed so much through this season. Keyless has had much harder line, but he's done a lot more podium finishing than Pironi, but there's no question that Tech 3 have run out for a little bit of a chance. In the Argentine, can the 73 fight his breakthrough victory here? He has done a fair share of Woody Grove of late in Bochos. We're in, haven't they, Tech 3 with Danny and Baston Garde. We're polishing another rough diamond here, aren't they? In Pironi, over the line we go. And then Pironi leads now by 3/10 of a second. As they charge now in the heavy braking zone for turn 1 and 5 race. The chats are there on the front end. That's Pironi 73 KTM. Sean Munoz says KTM was pointing in the right direction. Then they're into turn 1. We did somehow get it stopped. Yeah, 3/10 doesn't sound like a lot, but in Moto3 it is quite a lot. Yellow flags have come out in the first sector behind this leading train. Max Axelman's got down into turn number 1. We'll try and find who's dropping down. It's Tayo for Sato and to 8th place. Yeah, and that's going to be for the 4th race in 5. Got just no points as far as Furusato is concerned. Yeah, he had the big high side, didn't he, in 1 yesterday in Q2. Look at this bike for Odi. He has just looked so good at the front of this Grand Prix. Hobbling away, but it goes Furusato. Now, clearly, he's put himself off the rope. Oh, is it somebody? There was some gesturing there, wasn't there, from the normally passive and very mild-mannered type for Furusato. I don't think we can say the same of his temperament right now, because that he's lost his temper big style by the looks of it. And usually as quiet as a church mouse is Furusato, but clearly not on this occasion. So 3.5 laps to go, and Brody could be looking pretty smart there with that medium rear tyre. Well, is that the mod that's going to make the difference for him? He's perhaps banking on having that little bit extra rear grip, getting out of some of those slow speed chicanes and hairpins around this racetrack. If you just punch it down at there with the superior rear grip, then Gilles is going to be in no position to attack you. It's fascinating to see what's going through the mind here of Rueda in listed place. The world champion lead, of course, a lot more to lose potentially, or any of the far forward directly ahead of him. But has he just kept something in his pocket for a late charge? 3 laps to go then here in Hungary. It is still Parodi that has an advantage of just under 0.3 of a second. Gilles pushing the front of that KTM on the brakes into the first corner. We've got lack of a decent shot waving there in the background in the first corner. There is Forasato perhaps indicating that he crashed on something into turn one. Was it the Marshalls he was having a bit of a shout at down at turn one? No rider went down anything fortunately there into turn one. But yeah, that's something to occupy the minds and the vision of the riders. They approach turn one. Now the Moray Destiny's had to pick up some slipstream here behind the Karamas as they power out of turn four. Once again though, he's not very close now, showing his wheel back to Parodi. That clearly was Keyless. And when Keyless to be able to try and make the moves that we've seen him so good, drop back to fourth place at one stage in this lead battle, didn't he? Keyless working his way through back toward the Carlos and Munoz, which is pretty tough as these days in Moto3. Closing in now that he goes on your race leader Peroni. It's going to make a move around here. It has to be clean. You have to make it stick. Otherwise you're going to cost yourself 4 points of momentum. I don't think that was an attempt from Kilos. That's just his line into turn 11. You're a wader at the moment. Yeah, he's sitting fifth, but I think he'd take this if you put the flag out now. Just losing those 2 points to Piqueras. It's the risk over reward strategy right now, isn't it? And the risk reward ratio as far as Rueda is concerned. How much is he willing to throw it on the line here for what, 3-4 tights maybe extra in his pocket? And it has to be fine to surely a Basri. We've got one Chile to an ultimate lap very shortly. Man, Crowley's some safe match running in the second half of this Grand Prix. 2 to go then here in BALATON. Parodi once again about a quarter of a second clear of Keyless. It's something on the racetrack there. You just see it off the racing line into showdown. So Western Line has a big guy going to be inside into turn one. They're not going to run over. Now you can see a straight nines on the racetrack from Forassato's crash yesterday. Once again, Keyless favouring a bit tighter inside line, but he's still if they go out and move as Oscar Open goes down for the second time in this Grand Prix. He's at the back of the field. Our focus though, last lap and a half. Results going on at the front. Yeah, look at the gap that Toroni has. It's squeezing a tenth of a second out of Chiles now. On the brakes we go, down 2 sides. Just over a lap and a half remaining then here in Hungary. You have to say, somebody's going to have to work really hard to take this away from Brody because he just looks flustered and flat-footed at the front of this Grand Prix. Brody stays online, makes no mistakes. I think he might have this. You can see how many risks Chiles isn't taking on the brakes to try and get up onto the rear tyre of it. Is he going to go for a big lunge into turn 11? As mentioned, he does favour that inside line, but Peroni gets that QC hooked up and fired up out of some of these slow cars, and he just pulls away from the 28. How late was Keyless braking going into the 9 and 10? He just started to bubble up the ground ahead of him, and now he's right on the rig tyre. Once again, I've tried to know how good as well Keyless has been in the 4th sector, and dart their way now through that 14 we go into the final chicane complex. Peroni and Keyless are just threatening to drop, and Munoz but careless and away to behind them here. Is this going to win it or bin it for Max Keyless? Is he prepared to throw it all on the lines, try and take victory? You've got to make sure you stay off the green on this final lap, because that could be crucial. It's a rookie shootout on this final lap. Peroni and Keyless last up on the way in our first Hungarian Grand Prix in 33 years in motoring. Keyless is going for it. He's attacking on the inside. Slapping the door shot. In his space, he drops the KTM across the Aspar KTM. That was played out. Crony's gone wide though, coming through 2. He's going to just once again drop the cost up. Keyless, this is an intense late battle between 2 ex-future centre stars. That is 3 surely. Peroni still has his leg pouring out turn 4. Some serious bravery being shown there. Peroni was more than prepared just to slide it over the front tyre of Keyless, who now gets up the inside. Into turn 5, but can he get that KTM stopped? As he tightened this to perfection, Keyless has got his stopped, and that's his third now. The chop across the nose of Peroni. Peroni trying to retaliate now. as we go through 7 and now through 8. Another overtaking opportunity here under this game into 9. And we go. Pironi not plunged enough. Viles has the trackman is warning. Pironi goes in holding the first part of that chicane. That's going to cost him all his momentum. Yeah, it's going to cost him all his exit speed. That should be the key moment on this far lap, which is like, look how through these on the plates. Look how much corners through the camis. Going through turn 11. Is he running out of time here? Has Keeler's got this one covered. He didn't get safely through turn 15. He showed half this. He looked like he was a little bit cautious. Read the chicane and Pironi closed the gap again. And he attacked into this final chicane. His moon just going to resist. Bad to camera on Eggerfist and Chessie Paddy Pironi has got the drive into the final chicane. We go. Keeler's has been so good on the brakes. Keeler's now surely will have it. There's going to be a battle. Power now into the final corner we go. This is playing by Pironi. Keeler's cuts to the inside lane. They go side by side. Been up by Buttish. There we go. And it's Keeler's. Keeler's wins up BALATON Belter in BALATON 3. Oh, them show lights. Watch on last lap. You know, last wonder that was. It was nearly his elbows, shoulders and fingernails all down the line between Keeler's and Pironi. But that was an epic battle. Hungarian fans, you've had to wait 33 years for Grand Prix action into your country. Well, sure, that was well worth the wait because once again, Moto3 delivers and some. Keeler's takes it by not even 2/100ths of a second. For the last lap this was. This is going into turn 5. 12 quarters left at this stage. We thought that it was going to be another twist of the tail. There certainly was. Into the final chicane we go. To tip this out for Pironi on the inside of the final corner. He gets the run through 15 and 16. Keeler's is just on getting this chicane right. He just about gets right. Look at the run that Pironi gets. He just passes off the inside as Munoz at the nearest and he chips over each other. Up the inside is the final corner. They bash the elbows on their way to the line. Wow, he lets you win by 6,000 to Mugello. Wins by 18,000 in Hungary. Photo finish. There was a big elbow out there, wasn't there? Strong Pironi. Look at this. Watch his left elbow. He can't aim it. Take that, Keeler's. Oh, that was an epic, swirling finish to another unbelievable 20 Moto3 race. 2025 has served up some classics. That was some way. HUNGARIAN 250 Moto3 battle. What brilliant. And Munoz. What he got at the entrance to the final chicane or Rogan to care. I saw my fan into the back of him. Munoz did come out the right side out of that particular battle to take his 5th successive podium. First Spaniard to do that in 3 years since Ethan Guevara. Figueres has to sell before. Rueda is at 5th. Thompson's completed by Adrian Fernandez. Top 10s for Almanza, Kelso, Carpe and Ralston. Points of Foggia, Carraro, Casey Corbin, his first World Championship points next to 13 ahead of Yamanaka and Uriarte. Oh, well, that was some finish. Thought an unbelievable ending to the Hungarian Grand Prix. One ultimately by Max Keeler's. That's going to force the boss Nico to roll. Nico, congratulations. Have you caught your breath? Has your heart rate come down yet? What a last lap. What a good Nazlam. Kidina, Keeler Joe, I'm in the world Joe from Massimo side. I've been at the end with the soft tire here. She's struggling a little bit more than Pironi, but this victory is super nice with this incredible draw with Mojo, with also Pironi. But for the support team because he did a very good job also. And Piquera and Massimo is the Esteban line we are super heavy. Great job, well done, thank you. Yeah, an awesome job. It's a phenomenal job by Max Keeler's. The second Grand Prix victory in his 10th appearance. He had to do it the hard way. And as Nico Troll pointed to, that was not easy. That was far from being easy because Pironi potentially had the upper hand in those crucial final laps with that medium padding rear tyre. That was super close. A so tight finish. I'm looking forward to seeing just how tight it was. 0.018 of a second as Max Keeler's comes to Parc Ferme. Well, we've waxed lyrical so many times already in his ugly 10s Grand Prix and the Moto3 World Championship. He's going to create so many more headlines once again. Silverstone's first career podium. Second in Aragon, a brilliant race with first victory given the Jello couple of second places reached in the Sachs ring. And in Brno, he was not settling for second here, was he, today? At all, as he really toughed it out. They this season, two because he wasn't old enough, and two because he was injured. Where might he be in the battle for the World Championship had he been old enough to start this season in Thailand? Yeah, you kind of sphere to the Moto3 opposition in 2026, don't you? Given just how strong Chiles has been in the early parts of his Grand Prix career. David Munoz didn't have the place later to get close to Chiles and Peroni on that last lap. That just shows the outstanding job that Chiles and Peroni were doing ahead of him. But it is a continuation of extension of his brilliant recent record at Munoz. Podiums now in Assen, Sachsenring, Brno, Bedford Ring, and here in Hungary. And of course, we should pass on our huge congratulations once again to BALATON Peroni. Second podium in the last 5 Grand Prix for the Argentinian. The Keras, it was close, really close between him and Munoz in that final sector. They almost had big contact coming through turn 17. Over the line, the leader 10, splitting the two Spaniards. There he is. Max Chiles. That's one really saying, remember the name now, because you're already very, very familiar with the 17-year-old Spaniard, who, of course, is under the guidance of a certain Alex Marquez in MotoGP, and he is destined for great things, isn't he? It's that young Chiles. 5 successive podiums then for David Munoz. He's still firmly in the hunt for the top 2 in the World Championship. Let's get his thoughts with Jan. I mean, the great run continues. 5 podiums in a row in a fierce spikes, but just looking at the rear tyres, it's obvious that Soft of yours, he's absolutely destroyed. Just how difficult was it to manage at the end of the race? In the end, he's even for me going to break in, I know his line in, the push was dropping the right door. And maybe need a brother for something because I know part of any personal fighting tool. With Pedro Costa for the victory, Marlon. Set position. And set position more. Very much for the championship. And for his race, for the shooting. Follow this. Wait for Barcelona is very important for the championship. The world see in the next race and you do a team from the on the award. Next great ride. Well done. Yeah, I know a great ride by David Munoz. But let's not forget, he did not score a single point in the opening 3 Grand Prix. This was his last lap drama, charging in high into that final chicane, as we saw there. But the Keras almost battered into the back of him as they swept through 15 and 16. So on the momentum didn't need that to it. Munoz likewise, so did the Keras. He just misses out on back-to-back podiums, does our Spielberg, and that's how close he did go. I think we could say, or we can say, got him between Chiles and Peroni, but as they ahead of these two, in that their own personal duel, and that for the victory eventually taken by Chiles. Show of respect there, obviously Munoz then, and Peroni, which we're going to hear very shortly. From BALATON's front. I think it's going to be cheated on before this young rider is going to be talking to Jack as a Moto3 race career. Second in a BALATON Classic. Let's get his thoughts with Jack. BALATON, what a brilliant ride. You obviously got the tyre choice correct and gave everything on that final lap when you managed to kick through at the final corner. Did you think that was it? I've done it up. I know it in the straight, he exits super fast from the last corner, and I know it. If I ever take there, maybe he will take me, but well, this is racing. Whatever place I could pass him in my last lap because he was super fast, and well at the beginning I suffered a lot because actually éxito because yesterday morning I died as one and in 8 laps I destroyed the tire, so we said with the team again. We have to reach the first laps with the Cito, you know, it's a bit more slower, but I tried my best in the first lap to follow Maximo because his pace was incredible, doing 45.9, 46.0, it was amazing. And when I saw his start to mistake a bit because she couldn't maintain the rhythm, I said, okay, now it's my turn to do my pace. I was constant on the 46.6, 46.5, 7 like this, without making mistakes. And finally in the last lap I know he's gonna overtake me, and then before I was thinking, okay, if I'm second, where is the place to overtake him? And I said, but in the last chicane or in the last corner, and I saw he didn't exit super good, so I said, okay, now it's my turn. But well, in next trip she passed me for nothing, but well, I enjoy a lot the pace. I would like to say also, thank you to my team. They made an amazing job during all the weekend, and also I train a lot in the summer with the rider formation, also with one of my trainers, Danny Valle. I would like to say, vamos Danny, un saludo, vamos. And I've been thank you to my family and to everyone who supported me. You have a great performance, well done, thank you. An adrenaline-fueled experience on cloud 9. Right now was Nick Rode on cloud 9, even though he didn't take what some will say would have been a very, very deserved first victory in Moto3. Excellent ride. What that is Rode. Looking forward to seeing how that his career develops over the next few years. Best at Moto3 finish in second. Third he was in Assen. Second appeared today. Surely not too long before we're putting out a number 1 in the collar next to the 17-year-old. Fighting to Red Bull KTM Tech 3. Gonna want to lead in the most leading he's done in the Grand Prix in that race, and that's going to be just gold in terms of his experience for the future. You can see how hard Max Quiles is having to work, and with the soft already with tyre, in fact, he grown is a lot of wear. So you're on the left-hand side of that, Robert. Show you just how demanding at times this Peloton bar circuit is. But some weekend for Max Quiles, pole position, and a sensational win here at Balaton Park. Let's get his thoughts with Joe. Max, huge congratulations. What a win that is. To find something on the final lap when you were clearly struggling to grip. Just how tough was it to make that move? So difficult. Really difficult race. I knew I had a bit more than everybody, so I started to push at the beginning. I knew the tire was going to drop, so I said, if I push and I open that, then when they try to catch me, their tire is going to break as well. So we were in equal condition, but yeah, really difficult. I could open the gap with the other riders, but then the tire came and it broke so early, like I had no grip, so they catch me again. It was difficult. At the end, I saw that Perone was really fast at the end of the race. He had different tires as well, so I said, I'm going to keep an eye on him. That made it he go, so I go behind him. The last lap was so nice. I enjoyed a lot. Really clean. I overtake. Then I got a bit of bad exit, so I knew he was going to overtake. I said, okay, pass, and then I pass you. So yeah, it was like in Spanish we say lacito, you know, like he goes inside and I go on the average. So yeah, like a comeback. So happy. I want to dedicate this race to Pau. He was a really good friend, and last time in outside couldn't do a podium, but now this is for him, this victory. I'm so happy. Thank you. You have a great ride. Well done. Thank you. Here's some great words there from Max Quiles. He is smart. He is fast. He has all the attributes, doesn't he? Actually go all the way to the top one day in the future. That does Quiles. What a finish that was to the Moto3 race here, Balaton Park. Quite literally, elbow to elbow, knee to knee action as they came out of the final corner. Just watch Drone's left arm here as he fights for clear space. He fights for his first career victory, heading to the checkered flag to be coming 7 meters earlier. As he said, that's racing. It's hard. It is hard. It's on the limit. But the pair of them just said, that's what it's all about. This is a ruthless business. Name's Max Biaggi, and said it's not med der ryggdansen. Spelers som der var bare ikke gør, der any of us should be. We keep on it's all about. That's Moto3. in a nutshell. Two rookies are going to do a lot of winning in their Grand Prix careers. This day, it's win number 2 for Max Chiles. Win number 1 for Valentin Peroni, passed away for very much longer. It's the second home Grand Prix coming up in a couple of weeks for Peroni, spending an awful lot of his time in Barcelona. There's the Argentine. Snabling battle between the two. Chiles, the this season, so World Championship runner-up. Eventually lose to you, but it's 17 points now of Keras for second place. Keras 69 points behind Jose Antonio Rueda with paint races remaining. Where that's that right news from. Great to see the Argentinian national flag. So close to Pizzeria tonight. I think they're only young. I think 200 of a second away from being the first ever riders of Argentina to win a lightweight world championship battle. What was it? They were dropping half the bike lanes over the finish line for Toy Chiles tomorrow. Let's enjoy and let's savor a lightweight podium here in Hungary. And here's Nico Turay, who's 75 world champion back in 2011 in Wall, except we went constructor ties. And it's been quite a working visit to the pony, the David Munoz. 5 in a row for him now. His 7th podium of the season. Second podium for Valentin Peroni. Section a baby face. Like the pay, fixes messes, in that Grand Prix. And they held a revealing on it's a new elbows trying to there. And they go out, sorry. They couldn't quite deny Max Diaz in the end. Danny Holgado there, of course, they managed to tie Moto3 winning himself, who's already levered up, making ready to head out for his Moto2 encounter shortly. Heading to now. Times, she didn't win the whole last party. Right, we're not just pretty smart about the decision to sign a Max Chiles. Who found that? Yeah, Hungarian Motorsport royalty and our final led-to-die champion in his own way. Gabor Tavashi presents the third place trophy to David Munoz. Who looks as anyone, I think Mason Paddock, who really wanted the Painter Charlotte team race to return to this country. It is Gab here, no champion. Having on cheap black last 18 years ago. Finally, instead of done, Vila Wayne Mende will bound to Browning, but for 18,000 of a second that day would have been today. But it ain't has to wait at least another fortnight, because today is Max Chiles' day. Elbow to elbow out at the final corner. He came down to a photo finish. The battle of the monkeys goes the way of Max Chiles. Second time in 2025. And your race winner is Max Chiles. advantage of 18,000th of a second to win the Richigamme as now Moto2 places finishes in 2025, about to parity second. Another podium, Derry Munoz, that's out 5 in a row. Help now.
We can see that's more here on a goal 3-3. We know Feely was a bit.
This one shows a big cut again on Moto2 points off this lead at Sarabay, 690 advantage. Marquez goes back ahead of David Munoz in second. Well, it's tried to launch a counter-attack, already hit front, and we fought essentially decisively. Lions regained second place from David Munoz. Munoz would remain in third for the rest of the third curry. Both came down to these two. Hold the final at 73 versus 28. Lions seizing the high ground on the way to turn 5. Brilliant's hinted move in the final sector. Baroni weapon a shock victory from this final lap as they went elbow to elbow on their run to the line. Baroni putting it on the line, but Max Kilo is taking a victory by far the length of the line. Kilo has been a second victory out of season. Baroni a fine second. Baroni wins the World Championship by 69 points. Hungary fans have been starved of MOTO GP action for over 3 decades while the world elite riders are ready to battle for glory the new BALATON Park circuit. It's a 30-second different track of the Mont Neo to host the world's best riders and sit a chase in the late BALATON, one of Hungary's national treasures. Can Marc Marquez power to a 10 Sunday success? It's time to race in MOTO GP. Good afternoon and welcome back to Hungary. Welcome back to the 14th chapter this year's MOTOGP World Championship. Be up in just under a couple of hours' time. We will see if Marquez can continue his golden run their way forward 2025. After he clinched another gold medal in the sprint yesterday over 13 laps. That was his 13th sprint win in the opening 14 Grand Prix. A massive 152-point lead now in the World Championship. That's Lord Mark over brother Alex. It feels fantastic. It feels great, doesn't it, to be back in Hungary first Grand Prix in this part of Central Europe in 33 years, and just our third ever Grand Prix at Hungary. And previous two in MotoGP were won by two very illustrious figures, two MotoGP legends, Mick Doohan and Eddie Lawson. He will be adding their name to that short but very exclusive list. Over 26 laps in the Privy Class race that's coming up later on this afternoon. Well, the Hungarian fans have had to wait so long to see the modern day superstars in Moto3, Moto2 and MotoGP tackle the circuit in their home country. Well, those who have made the trip to the new BALATON Park circuit have already had a treat. Most of the in the comedy box, but Moto3 was an unbelievable way back to kick off this 14th race day of the campaign. Right now, though, we focus on what is our closest World Championship battle at this stage of 2025, and what is turning into actually a fascinating and rather intriguing scrap for Moto2 glory this year. And Manu Gonzalez is still at the summit of the standings, despite the fact that he had that whole radiator. Last time out in Spielberg, we saw him at DNS. And that means the gap between the two Spaniards at the top of the championship is down to 19 points, between Gonzalez and Cadet. Gonzalez is on the front right of the grid for this 22-lap Moto2 battle here at Balaton. Ahead of him now, and most crucially, starting from pole position, is one of his main championship rivals, Diogo Moreira, who really did reignite his championship challenge with that brilliant victory that last time out in Spielberg. And Moreira's last two finishes have been victories. And boy, did he badly need to study the shit after DNS. No points in sectoring and in Barrow. There were mitigating circumstances in both. But his Austrian Grand Prix victory means he's just 35 points now. Back of Gonzalez in the championship after Gonzalez's technical misfortune, his bad luck last weekend in Austria. A surprise name? Splitting throughout Tyler Godpennis on that front line. Moreira and Gonzalez is on to Van den Gorberg. Matt Bretlow's going to be the commentary box. Jack Afriod down in Tick Animals. It's straight down to Jack because he's got the world championship leader on the foot range, third place. Matt Gonzalez is with Jack right now. Yeah, great of Madden to talk to us out of what looks like on paper, Madden, a head-to-head between yourself and Diogo. You've got a pace advantage, it seems, on everybody else. Well, the World Championship coming to your thinking in this one. For sure, we have to finish the race after the race. Austria, that we have at the finish, but I'm sure we will have to fight for the win. As for we have still many races to go, so we have to give everything to do at the start. It's very, very important in the side to go in front. I mean, Bush, good luck. My body locals, named by the population here as the Hungarians say. I think it's it's been a summer holiday hotspot for so many down the years, and finally it is our 32nd host venue ever Grand Prix in the modern era. What we bought this one, Lewis? It was on Van den Gorberg, a little bit of an outlier on the front row of the grid. When you look at Moreira pole, Gonzalez third, working on screens right now. At our Connect, the top three in the World Championship on those first two rows, this could get spicy. Yeah, we go short of the top five in the World Championship on those front two rows, with Jake Dixon lining up in fifth place as well, front of row two. But as Jack said to Matthew there on the grid, it has all the makings of a head-to-head between the two riders who are first and third in the World Championship. Between them, though, on the grid, via Q1 is the very impressive Zonta Van den Gorberg. He's going to be in this top now to Jack. Done a brilliant job yesterday to be up here on the front row of the grid. How do you think this race is going to pan out? Well, I'm starting around plus us guys. They both said they want to lead, so we'll see who takes the lead and I can follow with them. Good luck, right? See who takes the lead and tries to follow them. Who knows? It might be Zonta that's leading out of turn one. Big opportunity for him from the front row of the grid, where he has started on three previous occasions, most recently in the Solidarity Grand Prix in Barcelona at the end of the last season. Although 2025 is perhaps going to end up thinner on the ground in terms of points than he would have liked. Just 14 points to his name so far this season. And we're yet to see Zonta Van den Gorberg get to the checker flag of a Grand Prix this year inside the top 10. Big opportunity for Zonta to change that today. with Mario Gonzalez sitting to his right of the grid, and this man, Diogo Moreira, over to his left. Moreira packed hamstring net or two critics last weekend in Austria. He suggested that he can only win by, and there you go, fast by following people. Well, they all followed him last Sunday in Austria, as Diogo Moreira had far too much in the end for the Espargiro of Danny Lugano and David Alonso. So much speculation surrounding Moreira at the moment and a potential place in MotoGP next season. MC agenda predicted and rumoured to be the destination for Diogo in 2025, who has made so many admirers over the course of his second season in the Moto2 World Championship. And it looks like a sophomore season in this intermediate class that is going to propel him to MotoGP when, of course, he heads to Brazil in 2026. Here, no official confirmation as yet about that move to MotoGP next season for Moreira and LG Honda, but it seems like it is done deal. 99.99% certain, if not 100% certain, we will see Moreira move up to MotoGP alongside Johan Zarco next season. Well, testing matters for him. The first mission in those 22 lap battle, we just to make sure you get through those tight two-thirds corners without any dramas. Well, there is the aerial shot then of this new BALATON Park circuit. Impressing last time out in Austria with a first ever top 10 in qualifying in Moto2 was Colin Ride. Well, even better today. Schiss on the grid, the Red Bull KTM. Right at his attack. Yeah, what a brilliant week it's been to Colin. Top performance after the summer break in Austria. Wrong done to it. Which has said it could be a big sight the final spot on the podium, Colin. Do you fancy being in the mix? I think we are very competitive for it this weekend. Let's see, the base has raved it, so let's see if we can do something. Race is always different, so let's see if we can get into the mix of the podium. But even if it's a top 10, I'm still thinking me doing. And yeah, it's already been a great weekend, so let's try to maintain the level that we had this weekend and see if we can finish in a bit score. Good luck. Yeah. Looking very good this weekend, and looking very good at leg, isn't he? Colin Voigt, the 20-year-old from the Netherlands, 8th place last time out in the Red Bull Ring. He's best in Moto2 so far, his first dry race, top 10. He starts at 1 place. Behind Jake Dixon, Vice in the middle of team, or even waste putting talents in Moto2. Jake Dixon 4th, Aaron Kinnett 6th. We just saw there Jake Dixon. A couple of crashes so far this weekend for the Brit, but he's hoping to get himself back into podium contention. You're looking right now with Jack. Jake, great job yesterday to put yourself in contention here on Road 2. How are you doing ahead of it? You still feeling good? Honestly, just looking at you makes me a little surprised. What a job! Just because you know what Matt Dunn's like, it just makes me laugh about so. So again, no, feeling good, really, really optimistic for the race. Just curious to see how it's going to go. No expectations, and just roll with it. Glad to put a smile on your face. Good luck, mate. Always, mate, always. Well, some good banter clearly carried on between Jack Appleyard and Jake Dixon. Well, it certainly sounds like Dixon is in a very relaxed and upbeat and bullish mood going into this Hungarian Grand Prix, heading Road 3. Well, he was one of the stars, wasn't there any question, of Steelberg last weekend. What a ride, what a season actually. It's been a first crack in Moto2 for 20-year-old Spaniard Danny Holgado. On the podium that last weekend, a sensational second from what was a pole position starts at the Red Bull Ring in Austria. Really, at lowest, it should have been a double podium as far as Aspar are concerned, because Dan Alonso was charging his way through the field, and when he crashed out of top 3, got punctured as well. And much like last weekend, everything we've seen from David Alonso so far this weekend suggests that he's got podium potential if he can string it all together, which of course he could not. Last weekend in Austria, at the very least, it was going to be a 3rd place for Alonso, if not better, before he crashed out of the Grand Prix. Time information is very easy for you all to remember at home. Obviously, the wider has gone side, front and rear, which will include, of course, Marcos Ramirez, 11th place on the grid. He's got Philip Salach and Adrian fantastic company on that 4th row. Ramirez re-upping with America Racing last weekend in Austria. He'll continue at a time Today winner Joe Roberts, who starts on the next row. Roberts, the Californian, he heads road 5 in 13th place, so ahead of Alonso Lopez and Barry Altus, equal worst qualifying of the year. really did slow Sarge's boat free weekend. He said in the team press release on Thursday, I'm coming here to solve a trophy. This track suits my style. Where there is to be a trophy pent up at the end of this 22-lap race, Sarge's going to have to work hard for it. He drove 4 in 10. Sarge was one of a couple of riders who came here for a track day about a month ago. The other was just on your screens there at your Puertas, and might be the best qualifying of his Moto2 career so far, but he appears to be much higher than that. So World Championship leader Manu Gonzalez starts on the front row of the grid. He's in third place, winless in the last 4 Grand Prix since Mugello. Excellent performance yesterday in qualifying from Netherlands rider Zonta Van den Goldberg, but she's potentially moving up to MotoGP next season. What are you moving up to the Moto2 world champion here in Hungary? It's Moreira who flies away from pole. Are we set for another championship showdown here in Hungary? Diogo versus Manu. They start to get order from over the grid, either side of Zonta Van den Goldberg. His best qualifying in Moto2. Ticks and lines up for the best dry qualifying since Lenon, covered by a 5th. Averaging out by a Q1 up to 6th. Agado, Alonso into second together on Moto3. With Fidel Savant, Marcos Ramirez and Artur Puertas on Moto4. Puertas has been very fast in practice. John Roberts to Q1 to 13th. Ed Alonso Lopez and Barry Baltas. Steve Cavari and lots of pain with his injured hand 60th. This guy Alexis Scrooge and Ibar Tola for company on Moto6. Jorge Navarro next up from Danny Munoz, who's in Dennis Sochu, and Darren Binder 21st. Tony Arbolino back in 22nd out of Chelsea to Rietti's on a nightmare weekend. And Albert Arenas likewise. Yuji Kuni, Unai Aradre, and the returning Sergio Garcia 27th. He'll be on the grid full time again next year with the grid to that Henropan, completing your career of 28. And you just referenced Celestino Vietti. He's an absolute shocker here in BALATON. His lowest starting position in 74 Grand Prix since Aridon 2021. That couple of crashes you see here on Friday as well are certainly not the confidence of Vietti. There's your top 4 in the championship. 19, the gap between Gonzalez and Cadet. That would have been a healthier buffer coming into this round 14 for Gonzalez, of course. Unfortunately, they got that Honda radiator. It was all an outcome of the Honda clash early on for his teammate, Cedar Aegis, who's missing from this weekend's action after he was clipped by the unfortunate Alonso Lopez. They're expecting Aegis to go back to the saddle next time out to Dynamo and tackling Captain Lunia. So we wish the Australian prevailed them rapid and quick recovery. And it's Jake Dixon, though. Surely to fall away happy the 29-year-old Grin. He's been outside the top, his head in 5s, but out of the last 7 Grand Prix. We could not have picked a more perfect day otherwise, could we? Have to have our first Grand Prix at Hungary in 33 years. And Brother Gods have certainly been smiling down on us. Blazing sunshine, clear blue skies. Who's going to get clear track into turn 1 in this upcoming Moto2 race? Let's hope that they're all going to make it through what is a super tight first couple of quarters. 28 riders starting in this Grand Prix of Hungary in Moto2. And it's a real bottom length section, a real pinch point. So yeah, let's just hope that they all manage to get safely through. More and more blood then about to be completed. Diogo Moreira, the Brazilian, who's 7th front row in his last 9, 4th pole position in the last 7. Can he be the first Brazilian rider in history to win back-to-back Grand Prix? It's never happened in any category in history. He comes to pole position. Alongside him, this is 12th front row starts in his 72nd Grand Prix appearance is a Dutch teenager, Zonta Van den Goldberg, and now we have the World Championship leader, Manu Gonzalez. There he is on the number 18 machine. As he mentioned, he's winless since Mugello. He's due a victory, isn't he? About the world title favourite. Green flag then has played out the back here in Hungary. What's up for racing in Moto2 here in BALATON Park? It's a really good start since 3rd place. Out by Manu Gonzalez. He's going to go side to side here with Moreira in that tight first corner. Van den Gorberg charged in up there from second on the grid. Gonzalez though has made already none, but Dixon goes around the outside. But Moreira and Gonzalez. Well, what a move! What a take by Dixon in leads here in Hungary. There's our four riders down at the back of the field. Chelsea Ovietti is one of them. His nightmare for his visit about to park is complete. Yuki Kuni are not there, but there are at least another two riders down. Darren Big also away. Dixon just looked at Gonzalez and Moreira and said, "You could have the inside line. I will go the long way." We're getting really tight from the brakes into Cho 5. That's aggressive. He's tipped his way through on Gonzalez 5. Look to see a replay. Dixon's time too. Dixon was up this guy who good. Pedro Costa with a bit else to feel the fake side there of Moreira moving past him. He was very close. Diogo wanting to seize the inside line and take that second place. This is the match by looking. Waitats up the inside of Connect. Waitats from 12 on the grid up to 6. Yeah, making a move like that on the brakes into one of our three tight chicanes here. That was into 9 and 10. That's not easy. You have planted it back in yourself. Via of the scene. He's fired himself to the mean there. That was coming out of turn 11. Cost him a whole bunch of time. Both Dutch riders were really confused by that because it was Van den Gorberg who had to shut up behind him. He's dropped the padding places. It's been a miserable first lap too, but at Spa, they started 7th and 8th. Olgado's started 13. There'll be 2 places behind the onset. Yeah, not a great first lap to drop the rider 4th in the World Championship. Barry Daltas had started 15th. He clipped through sector 3, having lost a couple of places already, down in 17th spot with the rider who's had 6 podium finishes already so far this season. Dixon then leads on lightly come sweeps lap 1, a brilliant lap 1, a brilliant first 2 corners by the Brick starting from 4th place on the grid. Gonzalez kind of tapped and Moreira on the brakes into that first corner. That's going to be pretty tough. The swings on to Van den Gorberg and Ethan Guevara third batch. Guevara's gained 9 places. He's always a rocket starter. And that Vesca scorer up to 7th place. He's in a lot of pain this weekend. Can barely get his glove on his injured hand, but he heard back in Austria. Yeah, up 9 spots. You're going worse for Bouts at the moment. He's now down in 90th place. But Hilario, that's all first lap as far as the Banting Racing wire is concerned. We're on board there with Moreira. Flames popping out the back of Dixon's exhaust on the up might be this racing machine. Of course, Dixon a 2-time winner so far in 2025, but he's on a big pressure here of some Moreira trying to find a way through. Dixon now also in the lead, and Vesca stops well, and Dixon's able to sweep across the front tyre as connects back through on Flexitas. That's the battle for 4th and 5th place, and Via right behind him. Toffrey already breaking clear, and Connect doesn't want to get the tax. Yeah, this is where Via lost the rear on lap 1 as he squeezed a handful of fofo out of turn 11. Now we go hard on the front end into 12 and 30, the middle of our 3 chicanes here. That in BALATON, there is Via just regrouping up that big scary having that face tire on the opening lap. Into the chicane we got, man. This is turn 15, the right-hander, on the left of 16, and Dixon a little bit on there into 15, which is put the layer over the back of Beaverton by hitting your brick up his chief effect of R. I said, do not have much technology. Those 9 places might have been down to a jump start. Yeah, Guevara has a penalty then. Coming out his way. There for Magic issues, considering now what it was at a jump start. And reacting with Guevara just too eager to get on with first. Oh, this close. Super tight, super close, isn't it, between Dixon and Moreira. This is some early battle, isn't it? Between the 3 winners already so far in Moto2 this year. Dixon versus Moreira versus Gonzalez. There's completion screens Guevara and will have the double long lap coming his way. He'll be out in 6th, and the World Championship leads the rider in 3rd, and the World Championship leads the rider leading the World Championship at the moment. Pedro Gonzalez. Well, I think you'll recognise that this is a weekend where Moreira is super strong. He might be one of those where you just need to back the podium, back the points, and sneaks on the World Championship leader, then drop by too much. Moreira certainly swabbing over back to Dixon. He's got more pace if he can get past him. Yeah, he's showing Dixon his front wheel. Watch game here, where to spin the early hero in Hungary. And so far, he was briefly up into 5th place. I mean, he just lost that big. Actually, Colin Barr, he has indeed, but I think they started in strong place. So he was already wrapped, really impressive on that first lap to the heart to get himself up 7 spots to briefly 5th. Yeah, Vienna back ahead of Huertas 2 into 5th place. Huertas 6th, some got rookies at 5th and 6th in this Grand Prix. Alonso's back into 10th place ahead of Guevara. Bardo's still in 12th place though. Bo Daspar riders were thinking of the podium. I think those thoughts are long gone now. Yeah, Vietti's entered the pits. He was, of course, caught up in that first laps at melee with Cooney, Binder, and Radre. A thoroughly miserable experience here in Hungary for Vietti. 7 days ago, of course, he was on the podium in Spielberg. That was his third crash of the weekend. Let's just look further down the field. Darren Binder's going to be involved, Cutie as well. Some Vigetti on the outside there. He gets swept up by Cutie. Binder was already down up ahead of them, but Urai Radre also tripped over that back. So he was Cutie to the side of Vigetti, but it suddenly looked as if Binder had his own accident. Did he get caught up with his teammate Arenas? They're just coming into picture round about now. You can see the crash just to the right of the picture. You can see it being this way, but the settle master is there that Arenas isn't on to Egypt because the bikes run into each other. Moreira leads then here for the first time in Hungary. Diogo Moreira and looking for back-to-back victories. Ed Haas picked his way to the front at this Grand Prix fire after all of his first lap drama. Slightly to the rookie, but he's just fired in the third. That's on the Grand Prix of 141.3, about 29, and via. We did have 143, 141.329, passing Wags as well. And Pedro Gonzalez wants to win this Grand Prix. He's going to have to be coming on Jake Dixon, pretty sharpish, because Moreira might want to clear up at the front of this race. Dixon with some brilliance in the first couple of quarters, to say, getting himself to the very sides of the race, but it was clear from very early on that Moreira had more pace. So the back, we can see Danny Holgado's got up to 11, and behind Ethan Guevara. We're going to be doing the first of these 2 long laps. We has done one of them. Gonzalez then on the main is extending his lead to 22 points in this World Championship. We're going to be checking the gap there between Gonzalez and his chief championship rival Connect, as we are about to complete this lap 4 of 22. Moreira leads it, and Moreira is getting on with it. And alongside those further back in 8th place has just put in the best lap of the Grand Prix. I want to put him on play 2.59. Moreira half the seconds faster than Dixon on that last lap. The gap was in Gonzalez and Connect just under a second. Dixon was wide, as you saw there, coming out of turn 4. He was out of the green, and that enabled Moreira to get the run on him. So it was a bit of an error there from the Brit coming out of 4 that allowed the Brazilian to move through into the lead, and it's a lead that he's already starting to extend out to the front. A good day so far for Jono Jansen's RW Racing squad. As on commanding Goldberg still in 7th, having started 2nd. Nima Sasaki also out-toking his nose in the firehouse, all the top 10. So 7th and respectively drive now to the RW boys. So alongside 8, he's 3.2 seconds after the race lead. That's the damage that's been done by 8 qualifying in 8, and also having a first start. I think he's pass-handing Goldberg at the top of the picture. He is. He's now into 7th place. Highest he could possibly get, I think, might well just be 4th from here. With the top 3 already starting to pull out and a little bit of a lead. Alonso be chasing that top first lap. Tyres all over the rear tyre of Knapper. This really strong pace. I mean, that being put in at blind fire. He was really sorry. It felt like it was a breakthrough weekend for the Netherlands rider. But last time out in Austria, certainly his best try weekend of the season so far. He's sort of picked up that momentum. He's picked up that ball and rolling with it right now. There's Moreira. It's just starting to put a bit of daylight between himself and Dixon. Dixon looks a little bit hot there into turn 15. He's really pushing it hard here to try and stay with Moreira, but Moreira's just got superior pace. And not the fastest lap for Moreira, 9:51. Dixon becomes a setting puzzle at the moment, but it is not so much to the other for Moreira. And Gonzalez has to get on with this. Same had to happen. That Gonzalez could not really have waited another couple of quarters. He's just going to make sure they're squeezing Dixon wide as they kept it left through turn 2. There was no way through then for Dixon to retaliate. That was a move that Gonzalez could ill afford to have waited any longer for, because he could clearly see successive fastest laps from Moreira as he started to make a breakaway at the front. I say, fair play from Gonzalez. He had to be clinical, and he was. The information on our timing streams, Riani Guevara, is that his first on lap, incomplete. The bat, he didn't quite stay within me confines of the long lap bound to do. And I do wonder from Gonzalez's point of view with the Padies in, whether he might service team on laps of carpet. So they've got to do 3, basically. So yeah, it's a tough Sunday here in BALATON for Guevara. Here is that Moreira. She's looking so good once again. He was a stunning laps. 140.380 has got him on pole position. And yesterday in Q2. That's the back down the order then. Now we've got Suetas. There he just gone through your on the 99 bike in 6, about 1 second clear. Another Alonso. And then it is Van de Goldberg. Mrs. Samongenson off his release. He's up to charges. Sasaki's up to 8 now. He's got Tron Salach and that big goal though. And he's now the leading RW rider. That gap there was a second between Baitas and Alonso was already smashed down to 6/10 to the third sector. We might see another very well sort of end coming here from Dublin one, so it's extremely clear. But he's got the pace in this battle with Moreira and Gonzalez. He qualified well and started well. Well, in the first wide, Alonso there's a 1:41, 2:54. He's matching the pace of Moreira. Yeah, right now, the slowest of the top 7, unfortunately, on that last lap was Dixon. By some margin, 1:41.2 for Moreira, 41.4 for Gonzalez. And so Dixon on that lap was 7/10 slower than Moreira. And that means that Connect, Via and Co behind Dixon. I get a sense maybe there's a chance for them to actually get on par with the Brink very, very quickly. And come out and Connect's point of view, he needs these points badly. It's been a poor weekend really, Ferrari today. He did set a new lap record on Saturday morning, but he's already consigned to qualifying on the 4 then was way outside the top 20 on Friday. Clearly not a circuit that necessarily plays to the strengths of Aaron Connect. So if he can get in here with a test, I think he considered that major damage limitation. Philip Sarge's personal duel with RW Racing continues to rage on. He has just taken 9th place. Back from Vanden Goldberg. Gonzalez had 3/10 out of Moreira in the second sector of this lap. So the World Championship leader is getting his close into this round and closing that gap down statistically, puts it in half to Diogo Moreira halfway through this current lap. On that 7 of 22, coming up to 1/3 race distance. We know Moreira's pretty good through one. He dreamed that last weekend being Austria. Is Gonzalez going to now put him under some pressure? Sasaki the road on course will reduce his second top 10 in Moto2 and his third to the appearance, occupying his mind though for a long period in this Grand Prix. He's already on lap 7 of 22, just over third race distance completed or about to be completed. He's got a track delivered this morning, so does Daddy Munoz. So Sasaki as Gonzalez now flies in the fastest lap of the Grand Prix. Big lap 7 that, wasn't it? From Gonzalez at 1:41.147. The thick end of 4/10 quicker. That Moreira ahead of it. He has a key moment that as soon as he got clear of Dixon and out that clean lap on his own with no disruptions, Gonzalez put in the fastest up of the Grand Prix. As mentioned, half the gap to himself and Diogo Moreira. Dixon already has a track position holding, being 3rd place, but the bigger one, I think he's from Colin Bayer, is catching him quickly. The SO2 is Connect. Vi's being dragged along here by Cano just on his P lap. Oh, that was Moreira out of the scene. Big moment on going through side. Let's have a listen. Oh, no. But also, I'm to the big touchline. Just a little bit of a morning that for the Brazilian. The SO Connects once again was 3/10 faster than Dixon ahead of him. You can see there clearly just how you tincture Connect and Bayer really starting to close in on Dixon. Getting up behind him is Freitas and Alonso. They're battling at the moment. The position with Bayer, there could be a 3-way rookie battle for 5th place in this Grand Prix. During the first 2 sectors, Moreira hasn't lost much time, and this time it is clear from that replay where the pole tens disappeared. From his 7/10 lead down to just over 4/10. Even Barry Gonzalez really going through his mind here. In terms of the bigger picture of the World Championship, he's gaining commissary care, but long term this season, we cannot avoid or cannot not think about the threat this building from the Brazilians up ahead of it. Sasaki, Dixon, now Alonso. One is in this top 10 here, but Banya mixer warnings. Mr. Bass, it's been a brutal weekend so far for Baltas. Arguably his toughest weekend there was. Been incredible season of antic racing. He's still down in 15th place, exactly where he started this Grand Prix. As Gonzalez really does close up on the brakes into that first corner. Gonzalez stanches this, doesn't he? He's just got the gap down to just over a quarter of a second. It's going to be less now, as this is a brilliant the last 2 or 3 lap bursts by Gonzalez. In one of his seen so far this season, Diogo Moreira is potentially one of his hardest and quickest to take in Moto2. He always snaps straight back at him. So many Gonzalez, so let's check it. It's not particularly easy to take. He's going to have to think and hard about how he's going to plot away past the Brazilian. And Gonzalez will be more than aware as the emerging threat once again to Moreira. That's one of his big title adversaries. Oh, this is lovely. But Gonzalez tried to find a way through this going into 9 and 10. But there is no way through. But Moreira will certainly know that he's right there, right on his case. These track limit violations are already starting to have an impact on this race. Johnny Munoz on the IR bike has already been given a long lap penalty for exceeding track limits too many times. I'm low, but half race distance yet. Yeah, Connect and Zaya are really now starting to build pressure, as you can see. They're just out of shot there. Avon Dixon, 3 tenths now as the gap. Latitude, Dixon and Connect. It's just crept back up to just over 4 tenths. So Dixon fighting hard as she knew he would do. After a return to podium. Add Marcos Ramirez's name to the track from his Mormon clubs, as he's got to track the risk content with confirmation of Munoz has to come through the long lap county lead for repeated. That track them as in Trents as you main bond then to lap 10 of 22. Halfway staging coming here in Hungary. Nothing between Moreira and Gonzalez. A gap there now of almost 1.3 seconds back to Dixon, and nothing's changed to the top 5 in terms of pace. They all did then thought he ran tails last time around. Flair is the one you're starting to drop away a little bit. Still Sever being last time around. He's got Alonso right behind him, and Alonso knows that he has to get past as well and will be quick really, because the top 6 is starting to move away from him now. Tony Arbolino outside the points, the Romans in 16. Has just his personal best lap rate of 1:41.570, which is now pace is not far shy of the top 6 right now, isn't so? That just once again another real bang average qualifying performance. Marbolino, it's really hurting him on a Sunday. He started 22nd, but he is working his way back towards scoring contention. Gonzalez is due through that right hand of turn 8, Baston corner. You just need to ask Pedro Costa to now how fast that corner potentially can be, and that's where he's able to gain a few metres from Morel, who's sort of already shaping up the lap or 2 ago for him, moves into turn 9. That will take his best shot here. This is what we like to see. Two Hungary top young talents going toe-to-toe. It's fighting for the World Championship, not just fighting for this victory here in Balaton Park on Moreira and Gonzalez. Further back, we did wonder how much longer Dixon might be able to resist this pressure. Now that has been building for the last 4 or 5 laps or so now. A Connect, who has been bringing via along for the ride as well. This is brilliant by the number 95s. He too, sailing in the hunt for Apple D. A stunning maiden podium in MOTO2. The top 2 exchange, 141.1s. They are pulling away quickly now from Dixon, who did a 32 time wide. He had a poor lap in terms of his general pace. Dixon, Max White could see that huge queue right behind him. Dixon was slower than Jeanette via Fuertes Alonso. His teammate Salah actually did his personal best last time around, so a large queue starting to build up behind the 3rd place Boscascura. Do show that Dixon's podium hopes might slipping through his grass in the next 2 or 3 laps or so. And Moreira and Gonzalez braking heavy into turn the side we go. Look at Moreira. Gonzalez ain't a real close look here, isn't he? Moreira, he'll be working out, calculating, understanding the strengths and weakness of the Brazilian ahead of him on track. And again, true, he closed in on the way out of the corner, but back to the 9-10 chicane comes at you. Running too quickly for Gonzalez is likely. Already getting his slipstream and getting in a position to launch right up the inside. Had this been the final lap, rather than the final lap of the first half of this Grand Prix, really Gonzalez made of monster beast. And Moreira would have been told by who's a Taltrax racing team mapping too. That's going to be all about maybe just a tyre conservation, tyre management. From Moreira. Some pre-race, it looks like he's starting to be part of the MOTOGP fold next year with LCR Honda. Got to give a massive shout out to Dixon. He is standing firm under that big pressure with some Canat and Via. Stanley Dunley, Netherlands rider, just not been able to find a way through on the 29-year-old. And so Kaz now got through Fuertes to 6th place, and he's soon going to be joining that. What is currently a 3-way battle for the final podium position. He'll have seen a fairway battle also, even with the overtake on Fuertes was 3/10 quicker than Dixon up in 3rd. Munoz has completed his long lap penalty further back. More data and information being fed to Diogo Moreira. They're just telling him 11 laps remaining. It could be 11 laps where he'd have to do some serious defending, possibly some attacking as well here, because he can't shake off Gonzalez, who at the moment has just been keeping that gap. They're hovering just over a couple of tenths of a second. Dixon is responding as well, to his credit, in that fight for 3rd place. He's got himself sort of stabilised around the mid-band 41s. So on that last lap, actually, Dixon was slightly quicker than both Connect and Zaya. points. So rider here is leading the Grand Prix and looks set to go to MotoGP next season with Alciano. Rider right behind him, he feels he ought to be going to MotoGP next season, but it looks like he might just miss out in the form of Manu Gonzalez. Gonzalez said about Richigamme, I think he won in Austria. He said his pace wasn't particularly impressive, even though he won the Grand Prix. Let's see how impressive his pace could be today. I'll tell you who's got some serious pace. Alonso Lopez has bricked the dust, unfortunately, with Salach. They're in 8th. Votsoy up to 105 in the last lap from Salach, the Czech rider. That was 6/10 faster. But Moreira and Gonzalez are looking at on screens right now. Salach, the pre-weekend, the nature, the characteristics of the track are only suited his stop-and-go riding, so I'm coming for a crazy. He might be a little bit late when he's got some serious mid-race pace, Salach. He's chasing now Huertas for that 7th place. Alonso sets his personal best. Now these clear of Huertas, a 41.2 as he closes in still further on that battle for the final podium position. That looks like it's been a real big get-off for Alonso Lopez. Oh, it was. That was nasty. Oh, horrible. We can see, look how many barrel rolls he has going through the gravel trap. You know it's a big one when a rider is walking away and they've lost their visor. Washing machine crash, that wasn't it? Told Alonso Lopez. Some of a couple of quarters that. Justin Vietti went down. Called him for a turn 731. Being the weekend and his teammates now gone down. Even at the same pulling out of right-handers. So Moreira's lead then is next to nothing. It's a gap of 2.2 seconds back to back, so you could just see in the back of the picture was Jeanette Vaya and Alonso down right behind it. Huertas and Salach will soon be back with each other for 7th place. Sasaki is still holding a whole guard on Ortola back for 9th place in this race, but would match his career veteran Saxonry a couple of races ago. Dux is doing an awesome job in 3rd place. And Gus, he is now the Jeanette and Vaya being right on his rear type of so many laps. Now the Wemble Gonzalez feel that it's the perfect moments, but he's still behind Moreira now. Pinto, the Brazilian's rear type, is so line. He goes side by side once again. This is just now you feel the timing as far as Gonzalez is concerned. Do you feel like he's just be at the moment at this stage to sit behind Moreira and then just keeping some life in those Pirelli tyres, throw a late attack? Vaya's taking today. You just saw it left-hand side of the screens. Vaya up into 4th place now, ahead of Aracanet, so he's now the rider, immediately behind Jake Dixon. Alonso's now putting on some first. Thomas Reptikin, who's like, puts him. What's going on here with Cadet? He's getting really pushed the barge rally. He gives them back to Alonso as they go through the tight 2nd corner. There must have been a mistake somewhere late on at Fulker. We're about to find out. Look at the top of your picture. Zaya coming on Trey. Look at that, tried to hang on to it, didn't he? He's better off just conceding that one. Yeah, the Connect tried to lead on Vaya when Claire Vaya had seized the initiative at the inside line. So, yeah, Connect sort of a self-inflicted wound there, really, because he preached, let Alonso come through as well, didn't he? You know, Alonso's stacking ahead of him. Look, left-hand side of your screens, we're right above the Connect there on the tiny tail left-hand side. You can see the asphalt going up ahead of us, so Connect now down to 6th place. As it stands, he's losing 10 points to Manu Gonzalez, but he could be 16 here. In Dixon at the Myron, which emphasise it does have Fire relatively under control. Vapo's just set an empty laps on lap 13, 1:41.4, which is just giving Dixon that should have sharp the second to read that. Fire lost a little bit of time, maybe. That's well would be the move on Connect. Looks fascinating. Intriguing, isn't it, this battle between Moreira and Gonzalez? There's not been a change in the lead for them. But few last out, you're just trying to wonder when Mil Gonzalez feel that it's the stage of the race where it's time to send it. Which part of the track does he feel he's faster? Of course, to make sure the moon's clean. Get out of Dixon. We've talked about what Austin Riley was having, and these just fired in a 1:41.69, half second quicker than Moreira. Seems Ken's faster than Gonzalez. He's not out of contention. This kind of swinging lap time continues. Is going to be creeping his way back into big contention. Now, let's know what's going on with Moreira in here. Is he just doing a case that he's comfortable and happy with, knowing the overtaking is so difficult, or is he starting to split him a little bit? Maybe it's the latter, because Gonzalez pulls up alongside. He squeezes Moreira off the outside of the racetrack. This lead is mine, he says. The World Championship lead hits the front. Moreira, what have you got? So Manu Gonzalez has decided to take his way through on the right end. In cheap turn 5, Gonzalez hits the front. this could be really big, really significant in terms of the World Championship. We haven't seen Gonzalez on the top step of the podium since the Italian Grand Prix in Mugello, 5 Grand Prix ago. That's a drought by his 2025 standards, but he's at the front now here in Hungary. The only dead winning the last 7, so Manny Gonzalez, and Dixon's taking more time out of him on this lap. For the second sector, Dixon's only mentoring beyond. The Heinz Marquez started the lap near 0.6 by him. You could see from the overhead shot, the chase group, they're well and truly chasing. Yeah, and that's the right insane Dixon's pace. That is being matched as well by the likes of Bayer, Alonso, Jeanette Amtrade. So they're all getting sucked back towards this podium battle, but as well. So Gonzalez then has posed the big question to Diogo Moreira. I'm in the lead, and what have you got? Can he run my pace now then? Whilst Gonzalez just having to keep his powder dry and make sure he was managing the tyres, keep some life in the trolleys for this late attack. And what we are about to find out, lap 16 in the way at 22. Gonzalez over the line led by just over 3/10. Ferreira's back into 42s now. Of course, that did include a mile away he's taxed into turn 5, which didn't help him go any quicker, but he could have some big problems here yet. Pereira, if he continues to offer that sort of pace, he might be struggling to hold on to second place, never mind chasing down Gonzalez, and would connect now back in 6th place. Is this potentially a decisive seismic day in the Moto2 World Championship back? Was this the day that Manny Gonzalez truly seizes control of it? That's really struggling to firm of late, isn't it? There's only been the one win. Saw Kinet in opening 13 Grand Prix. He's certainly going to be winning today, as he's been podiumless in the last 3. It's not really that championship winning form, isn't it, right now, as far as the 44 is concerned. This could be a real statement victory as far as Gonzalez is concerned. Of course, the DNF last weekend in Austria, courtesy of that unlucky old radiator, he was punished big time by Moreira's victory, but he's feel that this would be Matt Gonzalez just resting back a little bit of that momentum if he's able to hold on to the win here today. Ethan Durara has considered retired, by the way. I suspect the pain just way too much for Ethan Durara. He's now retired from this Grand Prix. We're looking at another former NASCAR Moto3 World Champion in David Alonso, who said he couldn't decide to get a little bit ahead of him last weekend when he was chasing after victory in Austria. If he stays patient in here, he might get still be rewarded with a place on the podium. Further down, Banding Gorvu, who started an excellent second, but he's been going the wrong way as Alonso. Only 80 bikers just set a 1:40.6.4, and now he's got through quickly on his former Moto3 Frank Bayer. And now this is Alonso charging towards the podium here. This has been a sensational pace. He did this, didn't he, last time out in Spielberg? If I got a little bit carried away, I got a little bit impatient, but I'm sure that's going to be in the back of his mind right now as he now really tries to hunt down Dixon. That way to Moreira, because until Alonso went over the line, Moreira had responded to the fastest lap of the Grand Prix. Look he comes in. But the X41.137, we've already described him this year, was quite tenacious in Moto2. He never knows when he's beaten, and he ain't beaten yet. And it's song like this, by Alonso. 1:40.964. Of course, he's been pretty close with Jake Dixon. They were allies previously for Aspar in Moto2 and Moto3. They've got a real tight relationship. Oh, Moreira, he's just maced his sure. Well, Gonzalez will here. That bright blue Taltrack racing machine behind him at the moment. There's no room for error right now as far as Gonzalez is concerned. He's certainly getting no respite from Moreira. The value of track position around this kind of circuit is so important. Gonzalez, I think, will be much happier being where he is now than standing with Moreira. He bought the track position. It's up to Moreira now to force the issue, to find a way back through into the lead of this Grand Prix. And he's got, when we come across the line now in a quarter's time, 5 more laps to find a way back through on Manny Gonzalez. Hard to believe with Dixon's performance so far in his Grand Prix that he was 20s on McWilliams, 20 at the checkered flag 7 days ago in Spielberg, and was arguably one of the toughest Grand Prix of his entire career. He has been quickly transferred. Just shows he set pre-weekend. It's just time to turn the page. Again about Austria, it's a clean slate by Gambus. Let's just try and move on, and he certainly has done. On board then with Gonzalez as he powers now through the left-hander of turn 4. That's just one of 2 short strikes down. I think it was 3 time. That was a massive way up it for Mario Gonzalez. He's going to just about hold on to the lazy as they blade now on the front headed to turn 5. Well, how hard he's stressing that rear tyre? Well, that's how hard. He is so super cool, manly, but that will caught his attention. He's out on some problems because Moreira's going to run at him through 7 and 8. He's going to have a big opportunity now into turn 9. Does Moreira see Vix's the big opportunity? Does he see misses them all with any extra attack Gonzalez while he's vulnerable? Do Dix Alonso and Vire also see this as their opportunity to get herself back into basic contention. I think Moreira had no chat. Look at that moment there. Saw Gonzalez on the exit of 4. He was on the curves, he was out the seat, he was like a fucking Bronco, was the underneath the Spaniard. I just wondered whether Moreira wasn't able to tag Kieran Manson down on the place of the turf, because he had to just drop the throttle himself as Gonzalez and out of shape ahead of it at the time. Was able to protect the inside line through into turn 5. It cost the leading pair 4/10 of a second initially, but through the third sector, Dixon has taken 6/10 out of G2. We've got a 5-rider fight to victory now. From the back of the tack to the front of the tack, chasing right now, then for Dixon in a space of just 7 days. Who'd be a professional Grand Prix motorcycle racer? Over the line we go there. There's a pile of Lanish to go as Alonso calls a long way back. He's got the inside line on Dixon. He's able to print then in the heavy braking side of turn 1. We saw this, didn't we, last weekend in Spielberg. Alonso's late race pace was sensational. He just made that crucial late mistake going into turn 9. He's on course here for his second Moto2 podium. Was he 11th? Was he on the first lap after he had that poor start from 8th on the grid? The wedge there, from there, he will be selected. He can't overtake him, BALATON Park. He could win this. And now it's got a bit of clear track ahead of him, having got through quickly on both tyre. And Dixon up into P3 from Alonso. He produced so many classic performances in Moto3 over the last couple of years. Well, this is pure class once again. Now from the Colombian, he starts to charge his way through to Gonzalez and Moreira. Yeah, now occupy Moreira's mind, of course, and it might be good news for Gonzalez if Moreira has to pay a little bit of attention to his fellow South American that he's chasing him at a VAT rate of not second and third. Gonzalez, of course, you can see how hard he's pushing trying to retain the good lead, but it might just suit him if Moreira has to pay a little bit of attention just behind rather than just focusing purely on attack. Harry Baltus more than the World Championship. He's up to 13th place finally. In fact, he's just got a long lap penalty after exceeding track key mix. As we see them now, Gonzalez. Look how much Alonso's putting to Dixon in that battle for third place. That's going to be an advantage. He's got about half a second. He is over half a second going through step to 3. So having got on Dixon, he's dispensed quickly with the brake. Dixon lost the rear coming out of 12 and 13. The penultimate chicane on the lap, and lost all his momentum on the way out. We've got riders on the very limit of their tights here, but Alonso might be about to mug the big championship front runners here. So this is unbelievable by Alonso. David versus Moto2 Goliath at the moment at the front of this Grand Prix. Gonzalez from Moreira as they now plough through turn 4. We swear Gonzalez had the big scare a couple of laps ago. And there is no question, make no mistakes. Alonso, he could win this battle here at Hungary. When David Alonso fixes his problems on new tyres, Moto2 has got a major problem in the time of the Colombian. It's his big weakness still in his rookie season, which is why he can't qualify at the front, and that's why he's weak in the first lap. To have a Grand Prix. Once he's onto updated tyres, as you can see here, he is unmatched in Moto2. Catching Moreira and Gonzalez is one thing, passing them is another, particularly around arguably the hardest circuit on the Grand Prix calendar now to make moves. Alonso, there was much hard work of getting through up into third place, and this that's Sun Long here in BALATON as the 2-rider showdown for the victory. Well, that is now 3. So yeah, the Aspar team will be cheering him David Alonso, but someone else is cheering him on is Aaron Cadet. He can really do with Alonso here, getting in amongst this and taking what would be 4 points away from Moreira and potentially 5 points away from Manuel Gonzalez, because it's a deputy date the moment for Cadet, and he's only hope here is the 80 of Alonso. Gonzalez has been very, very good in that last chicane. That's route 15 as 16. He starts clawing time that way from Herrera. Here comes Alonso once again. Malone way back. He made that move on Dixon. Surely he's going to run it on. He almost wipes out the front. But he is all action, isn't he? Spectacular to watch his David Alonso. And he outscores trying. Mendes on Dixon into the first corner. Carbon Cotti attack now on Diogo Moreira. Alonso up in the second. One more victim led for him. Had he not time though, he's got a lap out of half to Captain Pats, the World Championship leader in Moto2. And of course, the team had only had this opportunity to tell Mario Gonzalez into number 80, not the number 10, and take behind you. He's all in. This is winning all beneath to all Alonso. He nearly pinned it on Solskjaer Terminal at the start of this lap. Is he going to win it? This has been nothing short of sensational by the rookie. Just his 13th start in Moto2. And wow, just wow. The team are telling him, look, the Toyota need to be worrying about is not Diogo Moreira any longer. It's David Alonso. And good times. You know, reading at this dashboard and saying, that keeps doing 141 ones on the penultimate lap. Yeah, just like Marquez now the gate. MotoGP Spielberg last weekend, Mark was caught by surprise. And when he realised there was an outsider opposing some big threat, that Alonso, I don't think anybody really thought, having started this Grand Prix down in 8th place, he was outside the top 10, but I think he was going to be figuring in this battle. He's already, haven't we? The place where Alonso attacks is in turn 1. He attacks Connector, he attacks Moreira to I'm going to show. Like in the rear tire, Mario Gonzalez, and one more lap for the championship leader to happen on. Well, that's lap underway. This having massive laps in terms of the championship. Alonso is getting close enough to make his signature move on the brakes into the first corner. And when he's trying once again, he almost chucks the fan going down into turn 1. Through to we go. He's trying to get on the inside now of Gonzalez in low paid. It's probably Mayer. He's going to do Benjamin. He's trying to get creative here. Really alongside Sasaki has crashed out late on here in Hungary. But it's Gonzalez. It's Alonso. It's Moreira into the win here in BALATON. Moreira will be hoping that Alonso does make a move. It might well help him in night stages of this Grand Prix. For so lovely Moto3, David Alonso with their mixed step. Perhaps final lap playing back. Came from again to take his back Moto2 victory. Power now, is he getting an Richigamme up to the tire right now? He has used and abused it to his absolute maximum. Moreira's going to win this Hungarian Grand Prix. Here comes Alonso. He's going to hit the front for the third time on this last lap. He's going to tight through those chicane. Gonzalez is going to drop back down to third place. They're going to all one going into 9 and 10. Push a little bit offload by Alonso's move. And David Alonso once again is going to protect it near the Alonso. He might achieve with a prize time. And he now leads into 12 and 13. This chick is off the scale good. She is closing in on a main Moto2 victory that is second. That is one of the toughest on the calendar for overtaken. He was in Lippman on the first lap. He's about to win the Grand Prix as a Moto2 winner. Gonzalez has got. Oh, he's not nowhere. Alonso's made a massive mistake. Not an inch through these final chicane. Launch on a lap, falling on the green. Potentially going through that final check. Look at this element with thrilling. But Grace, balance contact between Gonzalez and Moreira. And out of all of it is David Alonso who wins a fast-starting Moto2 race here in BALATON Park. Turn it but the leaderboard. I think he'd be fine, by the way, to going on the grid on the final last. Really lost time. He nearly lost a lot with David Alonso has truly arrived in Moto2. The record breaker in Moto3 over the last couple of seasons. He is now an intermediate class winner. Alonso goes ballistic in BALATON. That was amazing. First Colombian to win a Moto2 race. How on earth did he do that? Brilliant moves on Dixon later on at the first corner, get third. A lovely moves to get second from Moreira. And then he was super aggressive on the last lap. Well, the best last laps you will ever see in Moto2. Look at this. Inch clearly, turn 9 and 10 chicane we go. Oh, look, Gonzalez on the inside curve, lost all of his exit momentum. And allowed Moreira to charge back on through. Yeah, and then of course, 3 quarters further round, Alonso then goes in about mid to the final chicane. So this is out of turn 11, and Alonso succeeded through 12, 13 and 14, and he neatly blew it into 15 and 16, which then put Moreira Gonzalez all over it. There were 3 wide coming out of the final corner, and then Gonzalez had to shut off, otherwise who was going to put him into the pit wall. This is the long way, neither the oil fell to Alonso's Graz again. Into turn 15 we go, and he's sailing way wide, just kicked it inside the curve. If he shortcutted that, even lost it oil. Moreira had to shut off. Gonzalez was on top of them, and somehow, with 3/10 of a second covering the top 3, as Moreira and Gonzalez make contact across the line, Alonso takes an unbelievable victory. He deserved it. He deserved that one. That was right out of the top draw. Moto2 at his very, very best. Absolutely stunning spectacle. What entertainment. Are you not entertained after watching that? Celebrates that's his first Moto2 victory. This kid, as always, given us a sense that he's something extra special, that he's a superstar talent, and he's done it once again. A record-breaking winner last time out, 2024 in Moto3, 14 wins. He decimated the field in the lightweight world championship last year, and he has picked off late on 3 of the best Moto2 riders in history, Moreira and Gonzalez, just phenomenal, absolutely incredible. Moreira takes second, which is a big result for him in terms of the championship. He is ahead of his closest rivals in the standings, both Gonzalez and Kinnett, who limped home in 6th place. Good ride that by Moreira. But David Alonso, paid a vow, yet more history going the way of the Colombian in It's the first Hungarian Moto2 race we've ever witnessed, one which will live with us for an awful long time. Simply stunning. He was 19 years of age, and that is already his 19th clear victory. The first 18 of course of those in Moto3. They'll be loving that one in South America, won't they, in the very early hours of the morning, I guess. They'll be just waking up and having their breakfast back in Brazil and in Colombia. A South American launching with David Alonso, keeping Diogo Moreira, can somehow take some points off Manu Gonzalez. That's the damage of the contact. That was at the final corner, meters from the finish line. How close do you want it? It's very tense of a second between our top 3. This was out the final corner. Big contact between both Gonzalez and Moreira. Spoiled, so like he's got short change on that last up. Gonzalez, he was leading on the start of that lap 22. He comes over and takes the checker flag in 3rd place. He'll be frustrated, he'll be disappointed. But take nothing away from David Alonso, who's just phenomenal. What a rider, what a talent. Drew immediately as well recover from the big setback of 7 days ago, where he dumped it out and nailed on podium the last time out of the Red Bull Ring in Spielberg. Always great, isn't it, to see a rider capture his first win in a new category, and he's going to enjoy this one. Well, he was a serial winner. He won the fun in the Moto3 World Championship, and he's going to solely enjoy the moments as he starts his thinking. David Alonso, the Moto2 Grand Prix winner in a classic here in BALATON. You should see why they call him the PD Gang's Chinese, because as of the times that any of the they're basically been to playing past their own. His first not searching victory. He is a different winner in 2025. It's a World Championship, which feels like a secondary story today. Manu Gonzalez does extend his World Championship reach to 25 points over Aaron Kinnett. He basically wins back the points that he lost last weekend in Austria with the stone to his radiator. Diogo Moreira is now 6 points behind Kinnett and 30 million off the World Championship lead. It is still very much a 3-way battle in the World Championship. This man in the end will be, I think he'll be playing David Alonso a drink later on to thank him for taking the points away from Moreira and Gonzalez. And Alonso doing him a major time today. Kinnett goes on to 2nd place in the World Championship, and in many respects limited the damage. He came across the line in 6th place. It's an incredible finish. What an incredible thing he's had already in Moto2. And well, for so long he was accepted, they meant for so long, he looked like he was going to come out of this as the winner in the end. Beats the finish in 3rd place. outside of the first 2-3 laps when Jake Dixon was leading. He wasn't out of the top 2, was he? Until the very last lap. And clearly, particularly pleased with Thiago Barrera's defence of second place on the run to the finish line. But they are racing, and the ultimate prize in Corp Racing, the Racing for World Championship. Thiago Barrera was not going to let that second place go easily. David Alonso, kid, has arrived big time in Moto2. My rookie season was starting with injury. He injured his shoulder all the way back in. Pre-season testing was nowhere near fully fit when the season began. He's now a winner. The World Championship lead though still belongs to Manu Gonzalez. Third for him today. He's talking to Jack. Martin with another brilliant hijack. Huge curve with 5 laps to go, and then to be leading on the final lap just took us through your emotions right now. Well, it was a very difficult race because this track is so narrow, so when it's more narrow on the other side of the line now, I mean, it was most difficult for me to brake and stop the bike, so this was difficult then for the battle. But I'm happy, I'm still in the podium, track where we suffer it, the year is always a good thing, we need to continue the award into improving this, but I'm happy. Let's keep working, let's keep pushing. Top job, well done. That's all he can do, keep working, keep pushing. Not a bad day by any stretch of the imagination as far as Manu Gonzalez is concerned, but to finish third in a Grand Prix where you start the last lap leading, I think there's plenty to contemplate the occasion of what might have been 60, very, very important points in the World Championship, adding to podiums in Thailand, Argentina, Qatar, Jerez, Le Mans, Mugello and Assen. Well, it was an unbelievable last lap. It went all the way down to the wire. Diogo Herrera second from pole position in a MOTOGP Classic. He's a Jack. Another top ride. She closed in on Manu in the World Championship. Firstly, you were right behind him when he had that massive moment when David ran wide into the final chicane. Did you think, oh, the bad Christmases have come at once? Yeah, I think we make the perfect strategy. At the beginning, I was pushing a lot to try to make a lap at the beginning, and was I think the key for make this race. So we are happy. I'm happy. Then now we need to endure and keep like this because we have 8 races to go. So let's continue. Great ride, well done for you. Yeah, another great ride. You might be looking back on this. 20 points is collected here in BALATON as a pivotal moment in Diogo Herrera's championship charge. Still third in the standings, but he's taken another massive chunk of points out of Connect. Just 6 now, the gap between those two. And second and third in the rankings. Not a great day for 4th place, Barry Baltus. Baltus who's 12th at the checkered flag. He has to a long lap penalty in that as well, but we're about to hear from what I'm sure is an ecstatic, jubilant David Alonso with one of the best Moto2 rides you will ever see from outside the top 10 to his first victory in Moto2, the first Colombian ever to do so. He's with Jack. David, you are a Moto2 winner for the first time, and wow, did you have to do it the hard way today? Outside of the top 10 on the first lap, how on earth did you manage to pull that off? Solidly to reach here long time ago. For me, it's incredible because I don't working hard, not easy moments, a lot of days riding alone, man. But lately, this is what we lost. They did a score. One day we cry, but the next day we want to get on the bike again. So this race, I do a really bad style. I need to know how to make good style with the MOTOGP, know how. But I just was so focused on the race, like I don't know how many laps were. I just say when it's 3rd lap to go and 1 lap to go, I was like really focused on myself, like living my own dream, just trying to know my mistakes, see the guy in front, not two more riders. In the last lap to go, I see that today could be the great day, so I can say, let's go for it. Let's just throw it in and just here we are. I don't know what to say. But one thing, Javi, para reservar mensaje que nos vamos a la 99. Thank you so much, people. Congratulations, Daddy. I love David Alonso. I absolutely love David Alonso. What a rider, what a character, what a last lap he produced. What a 22 laps that he produced. I'm sure you enjoyed it. I'm watching at home. The crowd were on their feet from lap 1 to lap 22 here at BALATON Park. Just so much drama, so much happened for us to cover off on that final lap. This was the key moment then into the 9-10 chicane. He was leaning, wasn't he, on Manu Gonzalez. Moreira came through down into second place, a second when she would hold on to. This was all the drama coming out of the final quarter. That's how. And he kisses the fairing, kisses the number 80. The Colombian fans here in Hungary, well, they certainly enjoyed their afternoon in the sunshine as David Alonso, the first Colombian to win in Moto2. First South American, what a story that is. The first South American 1-2 in Moto2 history. Colombia leading home. Brazil, it's going to be a sheep clutch, as we know that part of the world moving into Sunday. As mentioned earlier on, this far from the easiest start to his Moto2 career for David Alonso. Of course, moved into this class with so much expected of him, given the way he reacted at the Moto3 World Championship and won everything in sight in the second half of last season. We didn't see him finish in the top 10 of a Moto2 race until he nearly won at Silverstone. Finished on the podium. He dislocated his shoulder in January, and he didn't really understand the fastest way to tackle Moto2 in the early parts of the season was finishing outside the points in his first couple of Grand Prix. But once it clicked, boy, did it click for David Alonso. We might have seen him win a week ago in Austria had he not crashed towards the end of the Grand Prix. And given how he finished today, I think we would have seen him win because he was so incredible in the lighter stages today. He was overtaking riders from miles back at a circuit that we were led to believe can't overtake around. Nobody told David Alonso today. Randy Gonzalez though, and then on to the final lap, and it's 1 minute 8 for Manu Gas. But in terms of the World Championship, which I think is really all he cares about, it is a good day. But he does extend his World Championship lead. It's 25 points. Jürgen Moreira, without question, is a part of this three-way to the World Championship. Just 6 points marking it now. 31 Manu Gonzalez. But he might not be a World Championship contender just yet, but he won't be in the future. David Alonso, with a vintage alongside display, he was the master of last lap battles last year in Moto3, and he wins another last lap strap there in Moto2. Well, winning constructor prize, and will be presented, of course, to the Aspar team, who celebrated a second place last weekend for Danny Horgado. Victory Savin today. Third place, May Gonzalez adds to his pretty healthy podium tally this season, a 9th podium of the season for him.